in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasnAbi broadcast. Coming to you live for the last time from Nihon desu. That's right. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's Thursday the 6th, 5:12 a.m., 31 degrees out here, which is 0 degrees Celsius or -1, or I guess, yeah, it's technically below 0 degrees Celsius. 31 degrees Fahrenheit here. It's freezing temp. Have you been upset for no particular reason? Perhaps at a person you've danced with? What? Thoughts on Kachi? What's happening? I don't know about any of these things. And I don't know, and I don't care. Bro dressed like the evil owner of a racist purebred dog. Yeah. Oh, Chaz drama farming already? Oh, nice. Did you see the Fantastic Four today? No, I did not. What I did see. What? Let me explain something to you guys. I am sad. I'm so incredibly sad. It's not because of, I don't know, drama or any number of different things. There's only one reason why I'm sad. It's because I'm about to fucking leave. I don't care about the Fantastic Four trailer, man. What the hell? What is going on right now? I just got started. And immediately there's like 11 different drama farms. Lock in, chat. Eyes on the prize, chat. I'm leaving Japan today. And I'm so sad. Mitch McConnell fell down the stairs on his way out of the Senate. And I'm still sad. Do you understand? And part of that is because of all the things that I've been covering. Because the world, or especially America, is so ass. Like, things that are happening in the United States of A are so ass in general. Shit sucks. He bounced like a golf ball. Wait, you saw it? There's a video? Okay, maybe that might change my... He fell because he saw you popping that thing? What? Hope you're not flying Japan Airlines? What? Bro, shut the fuck up. No IRL stream today, only news. Japan airline plane collides with the Park Delta plane in Seattle, Tacoma. What, they survived, right? Did it actually F? What happened? I saw the L you took, big dog.
Okay, this Kirby has a really funny story. Hasan spent like 40 minutes.
That's not a funny story. Okay, that's it, dude. I'm staying in Japan. That's it. I'm just staying in Japan permanently. I'm staying in Japan permanently. I'm done. I'm just not going back. I'm just not going back. Shut up. She's telling a story. Dude, let me tell you something, okay? ICE raids. Elon Musk's completely illegal takeover over the federal government. Donald Trump literally gave Benjamin Netanyahu the sloppiest toppy of his goddamn life, came out in broad daylight in public and said, I want to suck it real good. I want to suck it real hard. Benjamin Netanyahu, please, sir, give me the whole thing, okay? Give me the whole penis. He also said he's going to own Gaza, right? The United States of America. Planes are falling out of the sky. So my method of travel back home might be compromised. Okay? There's so much awful nonsense happening. There's so much awful nonsense happening in the United States of America. Shit sucks. And let me tell you, maybe for a brief moment while I was in Japan, while I was watching this unfold in Japan, I kind of felt like those European pieces of shit that watch me. I was like, oh, very nice. Oh, look at the chaos in the America. Oh, it will never happen to us. Of course, yeah. And it's like the AFD is creeping. AFD is doing a power creep. Meanwhile, while you're just like watching and being like, oh, I love the social democracy. Oh, the Amerikanisch. You're so crazy. You're so crazy with your politics. That's how I felt. Mildly racist, but it's okay because they're Euros? Yes. Is that accent why you wore that shirt? Sure. I have a boat I will deliver. Justine Sailor Rama. Anyway, meanwhile, SPD's banning Arabic protests. Exactly. There's a hog versus cop shootout in Maine if you haven't already heard. Story's right up your alley. Yeah, you know why I know this story already? Because MHUD literally covered it as soon as it was happening. Wasn't that 2 days ago? Am I crazy? My days and nights are kind of messed up. But isn't that what's going on here? I feel like MHUD sent that to me 2 days ago. Yeah, they killed a cop dog, remember? Is this your new place or is this a temporary setup? You ain't got no nights, you stream 16 hours a day? True. Aren't you in the future anyway? Yeah. Where I'm at, it's Thursday 6, 5:21 a.m. But of course, in Los Angeles, California, it's 12:21 p.m. the day prior to 5. Oh, God. I'm waiting for my coffee to come in. 16 hours quiet quitting. Wow. This guy is not even. Oh, my God. You know what I just realized? Last night I had delicious Wagyu. A decadent experience of meat. Okay? Listen to me. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here's the focus. Last night I had delicious Wagyu with Mr. Arthur, Wake, and also March. Okay. After the Wagyu was over, I came home. And I went to bed. I woke up at 4 a.m. I was getting text messages from March. I just realized that motherfucker hasn't gone to bed yet. You went to the more boring OTK event? What? Cutie Cinderella, who asked? I will literally ban you. Dude, I'm so... Cutie Cinderella, are you alive? What's going on? Did you figure out how to travel without plane at a time when plane crashes are happening left and right? Meanwhile, you still managed to have a crash in your safe method of travel? I lived, I guess. Yeah, I would have been pissed if you died. Seriously. You still got a fucking podcast to shoot. Slacking. 2 episodes back to back, not on it. What is this nonsense, dude? The hell is going on? If my plane crashed in a ditch, I would have died. That's not true. Nobody wants to work anymore. Sean O'Brien and Faiz Shakir Glazy on their podcast.
My first guest in this podcast was Hasan Piker.
Oh, yeah.
Who everybody, knows, especially the demographics of 18 to 35-year-olds.
Yes.
My kids are like telling me, Dad, he's awesome. He's this, and, because they're on that Twitch or whatever it is. But what are the platforms like the Hasan Pikers of the world, and what influence are they going to have on elections moving forward?
These voices, this debate over Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan, all you're seeing are people who want to engage honestly in a platform and have real conversation. And so you look at the growth of people, and I'm glad that Hasan's doing well, and Joe, and a bunch of people are starting to Theo Vaughn, and there's a whole list of people. And it's not magic. It's just that they are wanting to have interesting, honest conversation that we're trying to have it right now. And we can't find that in other spaces, but the audience is there. People are hungry for it.
My first guest.
Hell yeah. I need coffee so bad, chat. I'm dying. You and Theo Vaughn in the same sentence? I'll take it, dude. I don't even care. I don't care about nothing, chat. I don't care about nothing. I don't think y'all understand. The only thing I care about right now is staying in Japan. Look at this little dumbass.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Okay, this Kirby has a really funny story. Hasan spent like 40 minutes trying to win this Kirby from a crane machine. I'm not even joking.
That's not a funny story. She's laughing, but it's not a funny story. It's a sad story.
I was like, let me try. And I tried once and I won. I have never seen this man so disappointed in his life, or in my life. Isn't it cute?
Bro, let me tell you something. These crane games are busted. Okay? It's obviously a gamble. They're obviously busted. No. Normally, the trick is you're supposed to like pick it up a little bit, pick it up a little bit, pick it up a little bit, little by little, right? No. I didn't soften it. When I say she one-tapped it, I mean like normally on these crane games, if you like hit center mass and try to pick it up, it's going to pick it up and then it's going to drop it by the time it gets to the top. That's just like the game, right? And because of that reason, you're supposed to slowly but surely just like use the balance in your favor to push him into a certain direction. That's not what happened. She came in, the Crane Cope conspiracy. No, man, there is no. Are you fucking stupid? There is no crane that like literally comes in, picks it up, center mass, and then drops it. It's just, that's not how it works. She came in, hit the crane, center mass, and it never dropped. I've never seen that. Crane games have a critical catch rate that determines their strength. You can get things on low tension grabs, but there's a critical rate. And she probably got a critical grab. This is quite literally how it works. Yeah, I mean, that's what makes it a gamba. It was mind-boggling. I've never seen that. Maybe she just has fine motorics. I can't ever explain a story. I'm too autistic. Everyone just thinks they're making jokes, or I don't know. I can't tell if people are trying to crack jokes or if people are genuinely stupid. And now I have to like explain that this famous gambling game did a once in a lifetime payout critical hit on the first try that she engaged in. Like, it's just, I can't tell if chatters are just like, no, I think you're bad. Or if we're, you know, I can't tell if we're joking. Hasan, when is chat ever serious? What? What are you talking about? Chat's serious all the time.
I'm not even joking. He spent so much money trying to get this Kirby, and I just went one time, and I got it. It was sick. It was so sick. Eee. This is the cutest Kirby I've ever seen. He's winking. Look at him. And it's super soft. So you're not going to give it to him? No, it's mine. I want it. What? Give it to him. Excuse you. My finest part in you. This is the cutest Kirby I've ever seen. I love it so much. Skill issue? Yeah, some would say skill issue. I think it's because some crane machines, like the crane gives a lot of the time, and then after you spend a certain amount of money, it just like locks.
He looks so mad. I'm just sad. I'm staying in Japan. I'm becoming a crane god. You're dancing in the studio? Have you seen Game of Thrones? You were referenced in a video by a creator.
Riverlanders are being displaced, but at least it's not genocide like it was. Chat, what the fuck are you talking about? Yes, it is genocide. What the fuck are you talking about? It is genocide. The Taiwan.
This person doesn't even. Leftist Westerosi streamer Hasan Pike reacts to chat about Riverlander forced displacement. Dude, what is happening on your timelines, man? What's happening on your timelines?
How about the United States or whatever? That's fucked up, global. I'm literally like at war with them. You can't do boo. Yes, boo this nation. Don't boo the people necessarily, but then I don't know if I can even say this. Well, I don't know. Hasan hasn't been banned in a while, so but boo the policies of this nation, okay? But not the individual people, many of whom are doing their best.
Yeah, I haven't been banned in a while, which means it's time for someone to get fucking banned. Okay? Northern Lion, it's you. It's your turn. My girlfriend sent me this link about you.
Making a Hasan Piker head planter.
Oh, I love this
First,
one.
I made the 3D model from photos of him I found online. I have such a crush on Hasan Piker.
So
then I
funny.
3D printed him and hand painted him. Sometimes I wish Hasan Piker was my dad.
What? What is that? Okay.
I went socialist just so he would notice me. Can't forget the glasses. If you like my work, check out my Etsy shop in my bio. I can make a planter of anyone. Your mom, your dad, your pet, or even a celebrity.
Uh-huh. Bro, why do we spend so much of the morning time rewatching yesterday's streamer videos? Just get some coffee and watch the news. All right, first ban of a 22-month subscriber. Haven't done that in a while, but there you go. Have your perma. Suck my cock. Okay? Get fucking smoked, bozo. L. Here's a double L. Get fucking smoked, bozo. Motherfucker, it's 30 minutes, dude. It's literally 30 minutes. You can't sit through 30 minutes of normal shit. It's 5 a.m. right now. You're making me yell in the middle of the fucking hotel. I'm about to get evicted before I actually leave the goddamn place. God, I'm so annoyed. I fucking hate America so much. I hate coming back. Oh my God. Oh, I got so much hatred in my heart right now. Holy fuck. I'm on a hair trigger. Dishing out bans before the coffee? Yeah. I mean, that's like the smarmiest, most entitled, most fucking asinine attitude to have. It's just like, excuse me, you streamer. Get to the fucking news. Like, shut up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you fucking loser. Anna was right, you hate us? Sometimes, yeah. There's some bitches I hate in here, for sure. Like, Americans have this mentality where they literally think that they're servants over anyone that is serving them. So much so that they think, well, one, they definitely do this kind of like attitude towards, they demonstrate this kind of attitude towards members of the service sector, right? They do this, they lord themselves over their Uber driver serfs. They lord themselves over their waiters, their waitstaff. You can't do it to me too, dumbass. That's not how this works. I can fucking ban you, you dumb fuck. You should not carry that attitude in here with me, and you should certainly not carry that fucking dumbass attitude when you go to a restaurant, okay? I hate it. That's what it is. That's why I always say, think about how much better the service sector would be if you work at like a retail store, or if you work at a goddamn restaurant and some dipshit comes into your place of work and tries to lord over you like that, and then you turn around and you hit him with the permaban. Oh, can you imagine? You're working at the restaurant, some asshole is being a dickhead to you, and you just hit a button, and then they just poof, turn into fucking dust. Please, are you going to touch on the sus-ass 5501 protest going on right now? They were telling people to bring phones, live stream, and take pics. Wait, what? Bring phones, live stream, and take pics. Yeah, Americans have this automatic "I'm the manager everywhere I go" attitude. You know what I mean? They just think like they're your lord. They come into the fold thinking like, "Oh, I lord over you. Get to whatever the fuck I want to get to." Now this dumbass doesn't understand that he extended the fucking clips time that he hated, and he became the news. There you go, dumbass. Thank you for your fucking stupid ass insight. Oh no. Stern Hasan automatically hotter. Oh, just the vibes are down, dude. I'll be honest. They're down. It's like when the waiter's reading the specials and you interrupt because you already know what you want. Just let the employee do their thing, law. Chad hates America too. Don't trip. Not like I do. Dude, this is so insane. I just went on a One Piece podcast and I said, why isn't there an anime specifically dedicated to Ace? I would watch that shit. Like literally yesterday. That's what I did after my stream, chat. I ended stream, hung out with Misky for a little bit. I let him stream from the bag. And then I went to a One Piece podcast, Oharas. It was awesome. We talked a lot about politics, ironically, both in the One Piece universe, but politics in general. He explained to me that there are Ace novels out there. And I guess they're now turning it into a manga. Anyway. But Mitch McConnell fell twice today, dude. What is this? Propaganda? What is going on? Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Trump is live right now.
Executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. It's about time. Under the Trump administration, we will defend the proud tradition of female athletes, and we will not allow men to beat up, injure, and cheat our women and our girls. From now on, women's sports will be only for women. But before going further, I want to share some very exciting news from our military. After years of shrinking force numbers at levels that nobody has ever seen before, 4 years of this we went through, and missed recruiting targets every single month, it was just announced that in December, the U.S. Army had its single best recruitment in more than 15 years. Thanks. Every single day, nearly 350 new soldiers enlisted to defend our nation, and they're very, very happy to have done so. We've done lots of interviews, and We asked why this was taking place now, and they just said there's a spirit about our country that they haven't seen in many, many years. And I happen to agree with that. But it really is clear proof that the spirit is sweeping our armed forces, and we have a great leader in Pete, as you know. We all know Pete so well. He's going to be fantastic, and so many of our great heroes, and people are starting to understand what hero is all about. So that is something that is very important. We've gotten the woke lunacy out of our military. And now we're very importantly getting it out of women's sports. That's taking place very strongly. So in recent years, the radical left has waged an all-out campaign to erase the very concept of biological sex and replace it with a militant transgender ideology. You've heard a little bit about this, haven't you, huh? Just a little bit? Does anybody agree with them? No. Would be not a good thing to say yes right here. Female athletes have been forced onto the front lines, and men claiming to be girls have stolen more than 3,500 victories, that's a lot, and invaded more than 11,000 competitions designed for women. Last year, a male cyclist posing as a woman competed in the 800-mile Arizona Trail Race, a very big deal in cycling, and obliterated the women's course record by nearly 5.5 hours. Sounds like a lot, doesn't it, huh? 5.5 hours, but you have to hear the weightlifting records. You think that's bad. The weightlifting's worse. In 2023, a man in women's powerlifting broke 2 world records and outlifted his closest female opponent in one event by 440 pounds. And they continue to defend themselves, Mr. Congressman. You know that, right? They continue to defend themselves. We hope they continue onward because I don't think we can lose a race. This was one of the big reasons that we all won, and it's one of the big reasons that we had a record, a landslide like they haven't seen before, very often anyway. And who could forget last year's Paris Olympics where a male boxer stole the women's gold medal after brutalizing his female opponent so viciously that she had to forfeit just after 46 seconds, and she was a championship fighter. And actually, they had 2 women or 2 people that transitioned, and both of them won gold medals, and they won them very convincingly. But all of that ends today because with this executive order, the war on women's sports is over.
It's crazy. Also, I'm live.
Thank you, everybody.
Crash out titled Dear Hasan Piker. What? I'm done, man. I'm done. I don't care about crash outs. I don't care about your favorite content creator saying I'm anti-Semitic and begging for people in positions of power to ban me. Okay, calling the fucking manager. I just want to live in Japan. I'm just gonna quit my fucking job. I'm gonna quit my job. Except I'm not gonna quit my job because that would make some of the worst dumbasses so fucking happy. All right, let's get back to this awful reality of Donald Trump writing yet another executive order specifically designed to shit on 0.1% of the population, not even 0.1. It's just like the smallest subsect of the population, specifically being cruel for no reason other than the fact that, you know, it's a great distraction for a bunch of dumbass Americans.
So many people that have worked so hard in the political establishment, and they're before me largely, and I think I'm gonna miss a few. It always happens when you do this, but it's just one of those things. But we have many senators here, many governors here, many state attorneys generals here. They're all over the place, actually, I see. Some of them went after me, but they failed. And they're really friends, and they're friends of women's sports, that I can tell you. So Senator Marsha Blackburn, where's Marsha? Hi. Senator Katie Britt. Thank you, Katie.
Are trans people allowed in Japan? I don't
Mike
think they
Lee,
give a shit.
Where's Mike? Mike. I love his new haircut. I love that haircut, Mike.
Japanese people don't give a shit about trans people, except it doesn't matter. Because the reality is, as I was talking to with the Japanese Communist Party, if you recall on their stream, whatever is popping off here in the United States of America turns into a major issue later down the line. Asmongold thinks this is amazing. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is who this fucking bill is for. Asmongold, a person who doesn't leave his fucking house, who does not give a shit, who's never going to encounter a trans person, okay? Like, what the fuck? It's just a messaging bill. It's not that big. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's a distraction. It's a distraction. It's a distraction. People don't understand it. They think this is like, oh my God, incredible legislative, what an incredible legislative agenda. This is for people, and not Asmongold, because he's rich. But this is for people who watch Asmongold, whose lives are shit, okay? They're poor as fuck. They hate their fucking jobs. And they are desperately looking for a reason as to why everything sucks. Otherwise, they're going to fucking kill themselves, okay? And Donald Trump extends a lifeline to these dipshits, okay? He tells them, you know why shit sucks? Not because of your fucking boss. Not because of your dumbass job. Not because of how awful everything is, okay? Not because of how unaffordable things are. Everything sucks because there are 19 trans athletes in the entire nation, okay? And this is all done to serve this distraction, to serve this purpose of distraction. But there are still thousands of people that will be harmed in this process. Not because they can't fucking enjoy high school athletics or whatever, okay? But because this agenda is straight up seeking out random people who are not harming anybody, okay? At the behest of making people like this happy. 19 mentally ill man pretending to be a woman. They're like, you don't understand it, and that's fine, okay? Here's where I draw the line, though. You don't understand it, but then you make it everybody else's problem. And it's so funny because, like, it just sucks. This administration sucks in very meaningful ways and in very glaringly obvious ways as well. And seemingly, though, no one is tasked or interested in actually fighting back against it. And the most pathetic fucking losers, the most pathetic losers who have absolutely nothing in their lives, get great pleasure out of this kind of domination. Because weak people love when other vulnerable people, even more vulnerable, more marginalized people get dunked on. It makes them feel strong. Weak people feel strong when the systems are dominating others. That's it. They love punching down. I will never understand it. It is not something that I comprehend. It is not something that it's not something that I can understand. Like, celebrating a move like this is so fucking stupid. And before everybody does these 7 million fucking think pieces about biological males in high school sports is devastating us on, once again, there's like 10 of them, man. Having this much conversation around 10 fucking people, you think it's, do you really think it's that pressing of an issue? Or do you think they're just using this to, you know, change your focus a little bit? You're an absolute fucking moron. Okay? an absolute moron. There are more congresspersons that vote on bills like this, okay, than there are trans athletes. Like, they don't touch your shit at all. They're not a part of your life. They're not ruining your life. They're not doing anything. You know? They're not doing anything. And because we are a bunch of weak-willed men, because we're a bunch of fucking weak men, we love the prospect of dominating those who are less fortunate than we are. Okay? That's all we got. That's all we got in our hearts is hatred. Okay? Hatred born out of our own vulnerabilities, our own weaknesses. We're so fucking sad and pathetic. We recognize this shit sucks and we don't have any solutions for it. So we just sit around and cross our fingers and hope that the God King Donald Trump dominates our enemies. You know? Enemies that we've imagined. So fucking stupid. Meanwhile, you know who also gets fucked over in this anti-trans nonsense? All these ugly bitches sitting behind Donald Trump. Who the fuck do you think is gonna get fucking clocked, quote unquote, when everyone is suspected of being fucking trans? I hate this shit. It's like Ben Shapiro talking about how fucking masculine he is. No, dog. No. You're going to get transvestigated, Ben. Is it Ben or is it Jen? I don't know what we're doing here. You can't fucking abide by this rigid binary that doesn't fucking exist when it comes to gender. Anyway, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That was actually very misogynistic of me. I should have used better language. Instead of saying these ugly bitches, I should have said a lot of TERFs are incredibly clocky. Because it's true. And they weirdly think like, oh no, I'm cis. If we eradicate all trans people, no one will suspect me of being trans ever again. And it's like, no, they won't. Because it has nothing to do with this designation, okay? And it has everything to do with misogyny. But you're too fucking stupid to understand that, okay? Not because you're a woman, just because you're a Republican, just so you understand. You're too stupid to understand that this has nothing to do with like hating trans people in particular. A lot of the anti-trans rhetoric and anti-trans sentiment revolves around misogyny still. Yeah, so have fun. You can have penis inspection day for your daughters now. Next time you got a dominant athlete in the family, the fathers from the next town over can come over and say, your daughter's got a fucking dick, dog. And guess what? In a state like Kansas or Ohio, they can make some sort of legal enforcement surrounding that sort of thing. So now you can have the pedophile PE teacher, the pedophile gym teacher, check your daughter's pussy. Sick. Who the fuck do you think gets harmed in that situation? Okay? It's called Penis Inspection Day. Who do you think gets harmed in that situation? The 19 trans athletes? Or the tens of thousands, if not millions, of cis girls that are participating in athletic endeavors? My point is, anti-trans shit is completely unnecessary, greatly overemphasized. People make it seem as though it's the most pressing issue on the fucking planet when it's not. And then they don't realize that like the mechanisms of enforcement are unnecessarily restrictive for all people. And considering that there are statistically less trans people, then yeah, you're most likely going to end up harming a bunch of cis women in the process of enforcement. Same process. What? Have you ever considered going back in the closet? Is what one chatter asked me. The closet for what? What? Have genuinely considered going back in the closet? Is getting too scary? What is it called? Boy moding? I misunderstood. No, chatter was saying that about themselves. I'm sorry, dude. Or lady. Or the emperor. Listen. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Oh, God. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know. We just got to take care of each other. But anyway. Look, there's still motherfuckers talking about, oh my Lord. There's still motherfuckers talking about like matchups in sports. Brother, they are going to, I don't want to say anything. I'm not. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Nobody gives a fuck about fairness. Ah! Nobody cares about fucking sports. Shut the fuck up. It's just a way to offer permission structure to shit on trans people. That's it, dude. That's it. That's it. It's it. It's fucking irrelevant, okay? It is fucking irrelevant. It is utterly irrelevant. Trans people do not exist in the field of sports, let alone exist as a domineering force. You are fucking mentally deficient if you think this is a real issue. I have lost my fucking mind at this point after literally almost a decade of Joe Rogan infused conversations greatly overemphasizing the magical, mystical deities that are trans athletes, trans women athletes specifically. Holy fuck, dude. People unironically sit around and assume that trans people are just like the most dominant forces, and yet they just get owned all the fucking time. It's just ridiculous. And I've been fucking pushing this. It's ridiculous nonsense for the longest time. It don't matter. This is a complete waste of government resource, such a major issue.
Debbie, I think Debbie's here. Crew Lidis. Crew Lidis. From also Moms of America. And Penny Lance, of course, CEO of the Concerned Women for America. That is a lot of people. Thank
People just jump down your throat and don't even read context here. How can you have a conversation, Law? I don't know, man. I don't know. Not every space is going to be good for you, okay? I'm sorry that it's not designed to your perfect expectations, all right?
doing a fantastic job.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point, too. Trans people dominate in the field of sports, but they suck at being troops. They must not work. They must not work in the military because they're the worst. They're the worst troops of all time. And at a certain point, you have to realize they're just saying they want to fucking kill trans people, okay? They want to forcibly detransition trans people and maybe perhaps kill them, okay? Or, have them kill themselves in the process. That's it. That's the fucking goal. The goal is to stop trans people from existing. Now, it doesn't matter if you don't understand it, okay? It doesn't matter if you don't know a single trans person that you care about. Mind your fucking business. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck would this ever be a pressing issue in your mind? Why would this ever be top of mind? Why would this ever be something that you care about? Okay? This is an issue entirely dedicated to trans people. They care about this issue because this is about destroying them. Okay? This is about killing them. And also, this is an issue dedicated entirely to the likes of the hyper-fixated transphobic weirdos. But it doesn't make sense. On the one hand, trans people are incredibly dominant athletes in sports, and they're fucking owning and they're killing everybody out there. And on the other hand, they're terrible. They're terrible at, being in the military.
And we also have the World Cup coming, which is going to be fantastic. And we have, as you know, very importantly, 250 years coming. That's a big one next year. So that's a very big one. But in Los Angeles in 2028, my administration will not stand by and watch men beat and batter female athletes. And we're just not going to let it happen. And it's going to end, and it's ending right now. And nobody's going to be able to do a damn thing about it, because when I speak, we speak with authority. And for the same reason, just to make sure.
The point always is, what does this got to do with the price of eggs? Okay. What does this got to do with fixing the price of eggs? And the answer is everything. Okay. The answer is everything. Because the more he does this shit, the more your dumbass parents won't pay attention to the fact that the price of eggs is only going up and it's not going down. They go, hey, you know what? They did the trans thing, and that makes me feel good. That makes me feel like the administration is doing stuff. That's it. That's it. That's all this is.
Just is a person that I've been watching. Fought hard. Riley was a 12-time All-American. Well, that's pretty good. 12-time All-American.
Yeah, and we're celebrating the biggest fucking losers like this Riley chick. Oh my God, I hate her.
Sacrificed countless hours in the pool just for a chance at the title. It's so important to her. She gave up everything and just gave everything she had. But then
this fucking loser, this dumbass loser got she tied for 5th place 7 fucking years ago. Give it up. I swear to God, she would have literally killed herself if it wasn't for the goddamn Republican grift that is oh so sweet. Okay? Oh my God. Being a Republican is the most annoying thing you can be. I swear to God. You know why it's one of the most annoying things? This is exactly what liberals do that I fucking hate. Okay? Constantly cry in the smarmiest, most moralistic ways you can fucking imagine. Just constantly being like, I am so passionate about this issue because I'm a fucking loser. That's all this is. Bitch, you lost to 4 fucking cis women. What are you talking about? God damn. What a dickhead. I gotta stop using the word bitch in general. I hate this. I'm sorry. Once again. The fucking TERFs and the swerves are gonna come after my asshole. They're gonna literally dissect my asshole. It's normal to say the B word. I know, but I even though it is a gender non-specific term, using it towards women, especially when criticizing a bunch of fucking rabid TERFs, is not appropriate, because all those TERFs are going to turn around and be like, look at this fucking sexist pig man who needs to be killed. He just likes men so much. That's why he likes trans women too. Blah, 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 blah. It's just at worst, aside from giving a pass to misogyny, which is not appropriate, and I shouldn't be doing that. It also literally allows my fucking dumbest enemies of all time an opportunity to act like they're actually on the progressive side of history for wanting to kill trans people.
But you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate it. We all appreciate it.
I just hate how big of a fucking
And also
loser.
the dozens of members of the House and Senate and governors that we, attorney generals, so many people, and the people outside that can't even get in. This room is packed, and I offered to build a ballroom. I'm very good at
They're
building
so
ballrooms. I build beautiful ballrooms.
you know what
And
it
I
is? You know
actually
what it is?
offered to-
It's just like loser shit. That's what really pisses me off. Yeah, a bunch of those ugly ladies with the overly gummy smiles will get mad at you for saying bitch, so don't say it and make their nasty asses mad. I know.
cost about $100 million. I offered to do it, and I never heard back. I offered.
You were caught at the Diddy white shirt party, bro. Stop talking. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, definitely. I was definitely at the Diddy white shirt party, brother. You know what's funny? Dudes who use AAV like this oftentimes are white kids in Aiden Ross's community. Aiden Ross goes to like the modern version of the fucking Diddy white shirt parties all the time. How am I the one who's fucking suspected of going? The fuck? First of all, I don't even have motion like that, dumbass. Like literally. I have pics. Post the pics, bitch. Yeah, I was there when I was 5 years old, I guess. I was being trafficked to the Diddy party. No, they'll get taken down by the elites. You fucking idiot.
that there is, two genders. We have two genders. What might they be?
He has the
Man
proof. He can't
and
post
woman,
it though.
right? Male and female. Male and female. Can't think of too many others, but it's pretty amazing. I rescinded federal funds to, and this is so important, to any program that promotes transgender ideology using taxpayer dollars. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. And last week, I effectively banned the chemical castration and surgical mutilation of minor children. Can you believe I even have to say that? I banned governor. I banned. It's just like, who would ever think we have to even say that? Last week, I banned. Every day, we're ending the extremism of the last 4 years. We have other things that are just as ridiculous, not having to do with the subject, but just as ridiculous. Open borders where people are allowed to pour in from all over the world, from jails and prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, people that are very sick, people that are very evil, killers, murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. And we have to justify the fact that we're moving them out. We are moving them out in tremendous numbers. Tom Homan and Christie are doing a fantastic job, and the governor and other governors too. But that we have to even fight for this stuff is just incredible. And the media doesn't want to talk about it because it's nothing they can talk about. It's just, they just don't want to really talk very much about it. Serious problem, but we're doing a great job, and the people understand, and that's why we won in a landslide. They made it easy, and at some point, we have to hope they do come around, because we can never let this happen again. What's happened to our country, we can never let this happen again. So we are restoring sanity and common sense, very simply, to our government. We're defending the rights and safety and pride of the American people, including our great, great, great female athletes. What athletes you are, too, I tell you. And, I'm not allowed to say this politically. It could end my career. They're really beautiful people. These are beautiful people. But like everything else, it's a little bit different today. You're not allowed to say that, because if you call a woman or a girl beautiful, that's the end of your career. But let's take a chance on it, Mike. Let's take a chance. So I want to thank everybody for being here. It's fantastic. And this is sort of a big, big day. It shouldn't have even been necessary to take place. This started a long time ago, and we ended it today. And I'm going to sign the executive order right now, and everything I said will go into effect immediately, okay? Thank you. Down front. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody, thank you. You know, if you'd like to gather around me, I think I'm going to be okay. Come on. Come on. Secret Service is worried about them? If we have to worry about them, we have big problems. Okay, do you want to do this? Watch what I do, and then I'm going to give you some pens, okay? You ready? What a nice picture this is, huh, Governor? You ready? We'll do a good job. Wait, let me press that. I want to make this a really good signature, because this is, you know, this is a big one, right? Oh, I think we have a 10. We have a 10.
God bless you, Mr. President.
Pretty good, huh? I see that. Okay? Good. Now you're going to go out and win those events, right? Nice to see you all. Nice to see you. Great going, everybody. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you, kids. Here. Take a pen. Thank you. I'll give some of these out, okay? Take a pen. Take a pen.
Thank you so much.
Where's Riley?
President Trump. Unprecedented foreign policy announcement last night at a joint appearance with Israeli.
You just get a bunch of children Sharpies. Great. It's crazy to frame this as protecting men from women from a dude who was found liable for rape and got caught on camera lying about it. Dude, conservatives love doing that shit. They love harming women and then turning around and making it seem like the only way to fucking protect women is by shitting on trans women. Anyway, let's get to the this story as well. Expected. Japan Airlines plane crashed earlier. How are you fine with flying? I honestly, maybe I'll fucking die, okay? As I enter the United States of America's airspace. The only thing that'll piss me off in that process is how many of the fucking dumbest losers will be excited at the prospect. I'm in a shit ass mood because I'm leaving Japan and having to face the awful. I fantasize about it, not gonna lie. Yeah, see? 6 foot, 190 pounds. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that's what keeps me alive is the spite. Having to go to USA where you're considered enemy of the state, having... Welcome back to the hog pen. I know. Robin Banks, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he proposed that the U.S. actually take over the Gaza Strip, to even open up the possibility of sending troops. The Gaza's entire population of roughly 2 million people should move elsewhere, is what he said. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has more on the president's comments and all of the fallout. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. This is a brazen proposal. President Trump claiming without authority rights to one of the most contested strips of land in the world, announcing plans to displace...
I'm going to keep it $150. This is the first and last thing I'm going to say. While this is happening, if your number one goal here is to get a fucking dunk on what you have perceived as your true enemies, you are revealing that you do not care about the fucking awfulness that Palestinians are subjected to. We already knew that. If you were actively telling people to shut the fuck up about a genocide, okay? But if your goal here is to be like, see, I told you Trump would be worse. Yeah, I said that shit too, okay? Many fucking times over, 1,000,000 times over. That doesn't change the reality that Joe Biden still did this genocide, had all the power to end it, and refused to, okay? All you have done in this process is basically demonstrate that you didn't give a shit when Biden was doing it, and you certainly don't give a shit when Trump is doing it either. Okay? So you've already lost the opportunity to even, quote unquote, resist Trump from a hashtag liberal perspective. Okay? You mean how they're subjected to Hamas? What? Lightweight baby safe travels? Anyway. He's also just being open about doing the same things Biden was doing quietly, except there's a lot less death actively happening. Yes, we went from Genocide Joe to Genocide Don. Okay? That's it. But for people that immediately run to, make it seem like they give a shit, they don't. Yeah, hope everyone's happy now that they got Genocide Joe out of the office. It's like, the fuck do you mean? Yeah, he was. What are we? Are we joking? Was he not doing it? Like all of a sudden? That's how you can tell who has a heart or not. I told you so is not fun to do when there's someone suffering and you were just right about it happening one way or another. Yeah. You're not going to hear me say, I told you so, even though I did say this, because I'm not a fucking piece of shit. Okay. Same goes for my former podcast co-host. I think it was Shonda Black who said, if you got a longer compilation of you saying the N-word with a hard R than the amount of times that you've spent on defending Palestinians, then we got a problem. Maybe you don't give a fuck about them. You know what I mean? Maybe you didn't care under any leadership. You can try to present yourself as caring, but if your ambitions and your motivation simply revolves around, calling your former podcast co-host an anti-Semite and a radical terrorist over and over again, perhaps most people who do care about the issue understand that you don't. Then I won't be voting for Democrats. Now Democrats do something, fuck around and find out. Like, what is this, man? The fuck is this? The fuck is this? So you just don't give a shit. And for the record, this is not just about Gaza for me either. I've said this exact same thing about undocumented migrants. Okay? I said this exact same thing. In the aftermath of Trump's electoral victory, Democrats were talking about how they're going to call ICE on their neighbors. That if they have any immediate family members of undocumented neighbors that they have that have voted for Trump, they're going to call ICE on their neighbors. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Then just, you are a piece of shit. You're not an ally. You're not a friend. Okay? Like, you're a ginormous piece of shit. You're a bad person. You are no different than the Republicans that I hate. And the same goes for this as well. Sean's other banger. Any creator for Kamala that refused the DNC access to speak up for Palestinian liberation can fuck right off. Okay. Biden absolutely paved the way for Trump to continue the genocide. Yeah. And ironically enough, Trump paved the way for October 7 to happen because American foreign policy is uniparty and they only go in one direction. Okay? That's it. Right-wing Cope just did this. Just filed an ICE report against the grandma, the Indian kid Elon Musk hired because she overstayed her visa. Dark woke. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. It's a dark woke is just a meme for the most part. I think dark woke is when you're supposed to actually be fucking ruthless to the individual Republicans, not like, you know, their grandparents. But dark woke is a joke anyway. That person is joking. It's still a gross joke, but whatever. I don't understand why liberals can't actually focus their angst, their animosity, their anger on shit that actually matters in terms of, you know, like people with power. Why don't they do that? Why don't they fucking do that? Why do they focus on weak people? Why do they dunk on the people that are going to get fucked over under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? Okay, sure. They're going to get fucked over worse under the Trump administration. Good. I knew that as well. I said it as well. What do you want? A cookie? You want a medal? You want a ribbon? Lock in.
You know, look, technically right now,
I don't know if you can say that.
I don't know if you can say that. I mean, I know that the amount of Palestinians in Gaza are dying today is less than it was during the Biden administration.
Some USA.
Wow. I'm sure all the liberals who really like Sam Cedar, but really despise me, will be shocked to find out that he had an identical perspective to mine. You didn't say Trump would be worse hard enough when Kamala was saying she wouldn't do anything different? Yeah, I know. Wait, what? You're joking, I hope. I hope you're not saying that like sincerely, because that is kind of what liberals are saying right now as they desperately look for the real reasons why Kamala Harris lost, which is a collection of leftists online. And not because she hugged and kissed Liz Cheney while simultaneously actively pushing out Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims from the coalition of voters. Like, genuinely, they just kept saying, we don't want your fucking votes. We don't want your nasty ass votes. Those liberals can't attack Sam on aesthetic grounds, though, because he's very calm at all times. Yeah. And it's also difficult to call Sam anti-Semitic too. You know? He is an older Jewish man who is very calm when he describes these things and not a scary Muslim, you know? If only there were people who were yelling from the rooftops over and over again about how unimaginably dangerous the Trump administration would be for a multitude of different reasons, including but not limited to Gaza, and that the Democratic Party should launch the best possible defense against that, and that they were being pathetic and weak, not meeting the needs or the demands of the American population. Remember that tweet from Destiny a week or two from the election? Talking about how if they won it, it would be proof that they didn't need lefties like you and they should excise you from the progressive movement. Yeah. Meanwhile, he excised himself, by being a alleged sex criminal.
Through to him finally.
Do I think that ultimately Trump is going to be worse than Harris? Harris was also a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And I will say,
all we were
I have
going
pretty
against
negative
was
prognosis of what I think she would have done.
But Obama stood up to.
Idiots are calling Sam your token Jew. Sam Cedar has been doing political commentary since I was basically shitting in my diapers. What are we talking about? What? I think you're mistaken it. Yeah, it's so weird. I guess Bernie Sanders, Felix Biederman, Alex, Gabor Mate, Noam Chomsky, Norm Finkelstein, like a million different Jewish Holocaust scholars that are anti-Israel, Noah Colwyn, every single person that I just mentioned here, Elon Pape, all Jewish, all anti-Zionist, okay? They just, they're all my tokens, I guess. Felix Biederman. It's just like, how do you not realize how unimaginably anti-Semitic that shit is? Did you cover Hutch's reaction? No, I don't cover Hutch's reaction to anything. Is there a new Call of Duty map out? Maybe I covered that. Considering how fucking consistently wrong he is, why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever cover Hutch's takes on anything political related? I already listen to enough morons be professionally wrong all the time on the Republican side. What do you want me to do? You want me to also listen to professionally wrong morons on the liberal side? I'm sorry. Has that man ever had a correct take? Maybe you should pay Michael from Pennsylvania the $500 or $1,000 that he had. I think he owes him money for that bet.
The Netanyahu with the Iran deal, like it's possible that Democrats would do it. It's not possible.
But the circumstances have to align again. Like I agree, but I just want to say, like I think even I was saying it was worth voting for Harris over Trump, even if you said a null difference, because I think that's frankly the safest thing to credibly promise. Because I wouldn't predict any backbone from Harris on this. I don't even know if she would have secured the ceasefire, but
who knows? But. Scott from Detroit, it shouldn't be Sam's job to make the argument that Harris would be 1% better on Gaza. The Harris campaign was unwilling to directly say, we'll be 1% better on Gaza.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It falls on them. The people that are blaming the voters on this, I mean, come on. Like, it's the same people right now, and I don't want to be too online about it, so it's a throwaway comment, but the same people that are saying, like, dunking.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe the people did not respond to harm reduction arguments. Unironically, when on this issue at least, the Democrats didn't even do harm reduction arguments. It was actually Democratic Party boosters that were fantasizing about harm reduction arguments that the Democrats weren't even making themselves. The Democrats broadly communicated that they wanted to excise Muslims, Palestinians, anyone who's anti-war from their coalition. They openly did that, okay? Peep the date. Summoning circle. Mitch McConnell fall down the stairs. Wait, what? He's fallen. Down the stairs before. That's the craziest part. If Israel detested Biden slightly less and Blinken hadn't left work early every day to slather his face in shoe polish and commit musical crimes in his garage, you'd be defending the failed implementation of Bluesman's identical plan rather than pretending it didn't exist. Call me callous. But watching Trump do exactly what he promised to do and all the left is being like, no, is so funny to me. At least there's no more Genocide Joe, right? Yeah, there isn't any Genocide Joe anymore. It's Genocide Don now. I just, like, what is the argument that, like, Donald Trump being even marginally worse, potentially down the line, than, because he's going to be that way, obviously. There's no world in which Donald Trump comes across as better, right? Except for the brief moment of solace given to the Palestinians. You're so delusional, it's sad. Answer my question. Have you thought about a dress recently? Oh no, Trump is making everything better again. Aren't you happy? No men will be competing in women's sports. You're so delusional, it's sad. Brother, we moved on from this conversation, okay? We're watching your glorious king suck the penis of the Israeli leader, okay? A country that would not exist without our unlimited support. Hey, Trump supporter. Hey, Trump supporter, watch this. Look at this. I mean, Genocide Joe is a piece of shit. But let me tell you, I haven't seen him do this before. Hold on. We call this in the industry, we call this full service, okay? It's called full service, baby. Check that shit out. You like that? Look at your daddy. Look at your daddy, dude. Look at your daddy. Showing respect to his own daddy. Look at that. Oh. Thank you, sir. Please be comfortable in your seat. Please, sir. I hope you had a wonderful day today. Another $1 billion of weapons coming your way, sir. I came from a middle-class family. The fuck does that have to do with anything? Here's your goat, okay? How does that make you feel, you fucking cuck? You stupid cuck piece of shit. Okay? Mr. Peaceful Dove, remember? Even Bradley texted me and was like, okay, maybe Trump wasn't going to bring about peace in Israel. That's the funniest thing. Anyone that tries to fucking claim Hasan, like, you think Trump is going to be really good. You think Trump is going to be really good on, you're pro-Trump. You're pro-Trump. Okay? I've had numerous conversations, including with high-profile people who voted for Donald Trump, people who interviewed Donald Trump, where I explained my position over and over again. Now, of course, you're not going to hear that from one-sided dipshits who just have a bone to pick because they don't like that their own community considers them to be wrong on this issue. And they're so goddamn narcissistic, they can't reevaluate their position and instead just fucking lose their minds over and over again and talk about this. Bradley literally started a bet with me. Yeah. He recognizes that Donald Trump is not, following up on his promises. The American Communist Party is turning on Trump. Oh, wow. Real motion here. Bro, respond to the Hutch clip. I'm going to die, dude. I'm actually going to die. There is no way that, no. You can't be serious, right? There's no way. Aren't you canceled for revenge porn? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think I'm Destiny? What is happening right now? Dude, I can't deal with this, man. I can't fucking deal with this, dog. What is going on? Like, these people are literally too fucking stupid. Do you know how many times I've seen motherfuckers be like, Hasan was on an anti-Semitic panel talking about how Sabra hummus is mid. Do you know how many times I have seen that online? Like, these are people who have like barely functioning brains. I don't know. Like, what do you do? What do you do in that situation? I'm not going to lie, dude. It's weird how it chilled out in chat for so long. Now it's going crazy again because there's a lot of shit libs who also don't actually have a decipherable political perspective, okay? And they're just reacting to the whims. The clip is literally nothing. He reacts to you saying there's no evidence suggesting Kamala would be better on Palestine than Trump. That's it. And he stays quiet. It's crazy to me. At a time, it's another clip chimp version where you just finish saying Trump is unquestionably worse. Yeah, it's always the same shit, dude. Clip something in a 17-second increment, okay? And then act like you're fake mad about the clip that you clipped personally. I'm sure there was more to it. Nah, this is the end of it. This is the entirety of the argument here. The craziest part is there'll be people that have been in here. There will be people that have been in here that have heard me unironically argue for months that Donald Trump is going to be awful. Okay? That Donald Trump is going to be awful on Gaza. I've debated people who have thought that Donald Trump is not going to be awful on Gaza. Okay? And people still go, oh, wow, Hasan surely thinks. Like, it just doesn't matter what my perspective is. You can just make it up. Like, at least when people like Ben Shapiro get yelled at, it's at least in the same sphere of what his actual opinions are on a particular issue. Okay? Mine is usually the exact opposite of what I'm saying. You know? Can't deal with this. I hate it. Probably one of the worst aspects of this industry. And then people go, Hasan is too afraid. The very same people that that keep trying to say like, oh no, Ethan doesn't have to debate Hasan. Hasan just has to watch his Hasan has to watch the clips that he compiled from Destiny's community that are like entirely out of context, oftentimes advocating for the exact opposite position that he claims I'm advocating for. Hasan is too afraid of watching those videos. I'm like, no, I'll fucking debate this person. And then they still go, nah, you have to watch the video. How are we debating whether Trump is bad on Gaza? Obviously, American politics is even way dumber than European. What a zero brain show this is. What do you mean? Are you talking about me? We're not even debating it. I tried to watch it by watching them pop a good reaction, but it was too painful and could not believe how many people are saying you brainwashed them. Yeah. A TikToker who defended you rejected his invite to debate on a show recently. He's so scared of someone with a comparable size of audience. Oh, he wants to debate other people. He doesn't want to debate me. He wants to debate other people about me. That's weird. I'm the fucking subject matter. Just talk to me. Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid of having a conversation? Like, the number one reason why this is a idiotic point of contention is because I have already addressed all the fucking talking points and people still go, oh, can you address them? Can you watch the video? Can you address the video? It's like, I have. I addressed it 3 months before the video ever came out, dumb fuck. Because you won't watch the vid? No, that's an idiotic reason, dude. Then it should be that you should be able to destroy me now. Okay? You should be able to destroy me even easier if I don't watch the subject matter. You could just like sit there and show all of the clips out of context directly to my face. And if you want me to explain the context of the clips, we can do that. And perhaps that might be a little too scary for you. You know? That's the funniest part about this is that like me watching the video would be worse for you overall. Yeah. He's also still actively trying to deplatform me too.
On the Dearborn voters, we're saying that the Gaza thing was a non-issue during the election. So you have no credibility. Oh, sorry?
It's a guilty conscience. They know that all their actions say.
You watching clips of other people watching the videos only inflame that argument, to be honest. Brother, if I was afraid, why would I just simply run away? Why wouldn't I just run away from the conversation? If I was afraid of seeing the talking points or hearing the talking points, why would I come out and say, let's have a conversation? This is the stupid part that most people do not understand. That's what he's doing. He's using the video as a way to be like, oh, just watch the video, please. Just watch the video, please. This doesn't make any sense. Just say you watched it and then leave it at that. No, I'm not going to fucking lie. It's so funny because he'll complain about the clips. He'll complain about me watching his clips out of context. Ironically enough, his entire video is out of context. You know? I'm in the video. What do you mean, watch the video? I am the video. It's real. They're DMing smaller creators to debate.
I just turned down an opportunity to go onto H3. They reached out to me because of my Elon video and they asked if I wanted to come onto the show. I said no because I have been watching recently and I can tell that Ethan is operating purely out of bad faith. It would just...
Wait. This fucking coward is demanding that random TikTokers go and debate him on the video? I'm the subject matter. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. We had a podcast. We had a podcast together. How fucking unimaginably bad faith is that? Dude, I'm sorry. This is Steven Crowder shit. How far the mighty have fallen. He is literally doing Steven Crowder. Oh my God. No, this is about the salute. Oh, it's not about the video?
Just not be a discussion. It would just be him trying to like railroad me for the video. He can just freely talk about me as he wish. I don't really care. This is going to be the last thing I say about it. I just want to move on. And
isn't the entire point of the video that you still hold these supposed opinions? So why would referencing the video even matter? Shouldn't Ethan want to expose your actual opinions on this? No, obviously the entire point is that it's fucking bad faith. Okay. You should work with one of them to Sam Cedar him? No. Ease contradictions as well. What is this?
Smart, very intelligent. Definitely not a fucking hack ass, failed ass, dumbass fucking comedian.
Bro, I've never tried to be a comedian. A failed.
What? You've never tried to be a comedian? What?
Old comedian. What are you talking about? It's just not true, right? And I'm a comedian saying that. I'm a comedian. That's my job. I'm a comedian, right? I'm trying to make a joke. I know it looks crazy. I'm a comedian and people are laughing. Unlike you, I'm a comedian, not a journalist, so I have a little more leeway. I'm a comedian, you know what I mean? Thank you. Exactly.
All of your content is hateful. How can you go on and brag about being more humility?
I criticize people. I'm a comedian. First of all, I'm a comedian, so anything I say being considered defamation is almost like impossible. I had an idea, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm a comedian, you know, I'm out here, I'm in different lanes. It's not even a sore spot for me or anything, because I'm not a comedian. I've never tried to be a professional comedian.
He's not.
I'm a professional comedian. Are any of them? I'm a professional comedian. You know what I mean? I'm the last line of defense, okay? I'm a professional comedian. Do you know that? I'm a comedian. I don't know. Am I a comedian?
You're a clown.
You're a funny guy.
This clip isn't about, that's out of context. I swear you were talking about someone else. What? No, you missed the end. I don't care. I don't understand. I don't think Ethan is a stand-up comic. But yeah, isn't he a funny guy? Am I mistaken? I'm gonna do a 2-hour video of being like Ethan Klein radicalized me. I thought he was supposed to be a funny guy for the ha-has. And then it turns out he's not. It turns out he thought he was a political commentator this whole time. What? Even if you were to join him live, he would just flood you with all these insane sources like the Saudi state propaganda or the Turkish state propaganda. Great. He's got Dan to back him up too. Dan is a very smart guy. He's well researched. You know? What are we talking about here? Dan, I believe, is a socialist, but not sure. Like,
Palestinian
anyway, let's get to the real
and turn
story.
Gaza into, quote, the Riviera of the Middle East. This morning, a stunning proposal from an American president. Donald Trump, with the Israeli prime minister by his side, declaring that the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and calling for the permanent resettlement of roughly 2 million Palestinians.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site.
And he says he's willing to use the U.S. military to do it.
We'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs.
Benjamin Netanyahu seemingly on board with the plan.
I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
The real estate mogul turned president touting the potential opportunity.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
But Trump provided no details on how he could do this or on what authority he could take over the sovereign territory. His proposal likely a violation of international law.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly.
The big question, who would live there? Trump broadly suggesting everyone is welcome, but he made it clear.
Dude, the international law is over. Okay? It's never been more over than at this moment. Joe Biden already basically destroyed it, especially important to address because he was supposed to be the reasonable adult in the room that wasn't like Donald Trump that would renege on like previous American foreign policy decisions like Donald Trump did when he destroyed the Iran denuclearization agreement and things like that. And Donald Trump came in and was like, yeah, no, what do you mean international rule-based order? I make the rules. I give you the orders. You follow them. That's just how it's supposed to work, which in some respects is honest. It's brutally honest, right? There's honesty there. There's truth there. Okay. But it's over. It's done. Donald Trump is once again showcasing that it's super done. In many respects, I've talked to a lot of well-intentioned people out here, and their perspective on America's placement around the planet, especially in places like Japan, and this was championed by the JCP as well, this perspective was, people that are constantly in their minds living under the ever-present threat of China and Russia, right? Outside of the sphere of American influence. They were truly terrified of Vladimir Putin's actions, which is understandable. I think we here in the United States of America, even though I'm in Japan right now, don't necessarily see the threat of a despot or a tyrant or someone who is just like willing to just go, nah, I'm taking this shit. It's mine now outside of the United States of America, right? And we're far removed. So even if we're far removed from the impact of it, so even if, let's say, the fears are unfounded because of the limitations that the Russian state has in terms of taking over the entirety of Ukraine and then possibly moving into Poland, like even if all of that is impossible given the actual limitations, okay? I think that Vladimir Putin's actions, unjustifiable actions in Ukraine, violent actions in Ukraine, have truly terrified a lot of people living under the sphere of Western influence. They are scared that this entire process can just kind of fall apart if someone just goes, nah, I'm not fucking around with this any longer. This is mine. I'm just going to violate all the norms. The only country that is able to violate those norms is the United States of America. Because when it does violate those norms, it does it through the rule-based international order to a certain degree. And while someone like myself might see the truth in that and still get frustrated endlessly, okay? This past year has shown that America, aligned with Israel, which is an extension of America, never forget, is also capable of doing Vladimir Putin shit. And I think a lot of America's allies are, on the one hand, scared that, Vladimir Putin is a bad guy. But they're also now scared that Donald Trump is a bad guy in the exact same way. The collapse of the belief that America's allies have in the rule-based international order is going to lead to real consequences of diminished soft power for America. And in that process, America will no longer be the hegemonic superpower. And as I repeat over and over again, those 800 military bases will now look like 800 military occupations. Like, think about that. Europeans are terrified of Vladimir Putin for what? What's the reason? Well, because he's a madman and he has shown his proclivity for land grabs. Okay? And we're talking about new land grabs. If you already did the land grabs, if you engaged in colonialism and you still have like colonial remnants within your economic infrastructure, like, you know, maybe you have a couple West African countries that you still control the currency of or whatever, that's different. In the minds of the Europeans, they look at that in a very different way. They're like, well, that's just business as usual. That already happened in the past. But when you got a fucking dude who's going, I'm taking a piece of a country on the European continent, they're like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? Hold on. But now you got Donald Trump saying he also wants a piece. You know? You got Donald Trump straight up being like, I'm taking Greenland. Fuck you gonna do about it? I'm taking Canada. What are you gonna do about it? I'm taking the Panama Canal. Also, I'm taking Gaza. I'm taking all of it. So this like overt, like pro-empire attitude with not even a lot of massaging of the narrative is something that I think a lot of people are understandably afraid of. Okay? It makes sense because in some ways it is very Adolf Hitler, especially considering that he also wants to do internal concentration camps for the undesirables that live on U.S. soil. Okay? For quite a long time, America has at least tried to engage in empire behavior. When America used to engage in empire behavior, they would at least like masquerade it as a positive. And we've completely dropped that notion. We're not even saying it's a positive. We're like, no, we're the bad guys and we're going to take your shit. Okay? God damn, this autofocus and the auto lighting is killing me right now. Look how dark it is. Come on, fix it. Fix it. My pro-NATO mom's already saying that we, EU, should distance ourselves from the US. Yeah, that's it. That will be an attitude shift. That will be an understandable attitude shift because you can't say, oh, I'm just taking it. What are you going to do about it? You can't say that because people are really like, what? What do you mean you're just taking it? You have to set up NGOs. You have to set up civil society organizations. You have to destabilize the country. You have to identify and isolate a real political instability that organically exists in the country. Then you have to really hammer on that political instability and then take advantage of the real, not American pushed, real anger and resentment that people have, fuel that anger and resentment. And when organic protests, grassroots movements actually mobilize, immediately overtake those grassroots movements. Okay? Cover it endlessly in the Western press. Talk about the instability. Talk about the ruthless and brutal ways in which this foreign adversary is destroying the country. Okay? If you don't do all of that stuff and you just go, no, I just want it because they have raw minerals like that I need, or I want to put like a shit ton of military bases here because I want to fucking control trade in new trade paths that might open up as a consequence of climate change, then people are going to go, what? You know, you got to use a little bit of lube. You can't just fucking get in there. You got to open it up a little bit. Donald Trump is saying, what are you going to fucking do about it? That is the difference between in the Zizekian politics. That is the difference between neoliberal dad and authoritarian dad. Okay? Neoliberal dad makes you feel like this was your decision. Authoritarian dad says, nope, it's time out. Okay? My way or the fucking highway. You are arguing for more imperialism? Wait, what? What leads you to believe that? I was protesting in Egypt in 2011 through grassroots movements. We got duped, took less than 2 years for a coup. How is it any different from Biden and Blinken going through Israeli wars? We've reshaped the Middle East in favor of American and Israeli interests. No, it's not different. Wait, what? No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Biden ironically came into office saying that he was going to restore global order and America at its top. And then with Israel, he literally decided to throw it all aside because Israel's clear-cut violations of all humanitarian rights, all rules, all regulations, and America's endless defense of Israel made everybody see what was going on, the truth of the matter. Okay? Donald Trump is, of course, in the most expected fashion, accelerating that process. That's why I always say American foreign policy is uniparty, but it only goes in one direction, and that is reactionary fascism. Okay? American foreign policy is uniparty. Right-wingers come in and they make things even worse. Liberals come back into power after the regular cycle because the right wing is awful, and then people get really exhausted by it. So they're like, "Oh, we need to change immediately." And then liberals come in, they don't actually reverse any of those decisions, and they also kind of continue the uniparty approach. That's it.
The Palestinian residents of Gaza should leave and relocate elsewhere.
There are many of them that want to do this and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in.
And what have you done? I don't know. I try to do my very best with the limited amount of power that I have and the limited amount of influence that I have. I try to use that for good, try to educate people, help them understand the situation on the ground, help them recognize that in domestic politics, who is actually responsible for the pain that they experience, where American priorities are. I've set up numerous fundraisers that have totaled more than $3 million for numerous Palestinian organizations, 8 organizations that are actively working on the ground. You know, I try my best, and it's simply not enough. Okay, it's simply not enough. Wait, what? Lemafeo, in your $1 million home, educate equals encourage people to not vote. Good job, bro. Was there ever a moment? I wonder where this chatter is coming from. I can't tell. Considering that I spent 45 minutes publicly voting on camera and have very consistently talked about the importance of voting in general, I'm going to go ahead and say that you're probably watching YouTube videos where people are telling you that that is my perspective. Yeah. On the night of the election, we also asked eligible voters who they voted for. And apparently this screenshot, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, other. Almost 80% of the community voted for Kamala Harris, understandably. And there were Trump supporters in there as well. Not every single person in this community is a Democrat, remember, especially on election night. You love taking the bait. I try to I try to correct the record to the best of my ability because I always know that there's new people in here and I don't want them to also be duped by outright lies. Ethan is saying you voted for Jill Stein. Prepare for that to be the new headline. That's amazing. You know what's really funny about all this shit? I'm sure there's a compilation out there of me literally ripping into Jill Stein over and over and over and over and over again. Like, there are, yeah, I call Jill Stein a grifter. I debated chatters who kept yelling at me because I wouldn't advocate to vote for Jill Stein. It's so funny that people would much rather passively consume this content and my commentary from someone who has not watched it and has only seen the clips and is using this to smear me, rather than just actually coming to the political commentator and being like, hey, I don't know what your perspective is, but wait, what is this?
Impossible to remember every single thing that he's done. Here, I'll give you
Why you should not vote for Jill Stein, especially Donald Trump. What is this? Especially Donald Trump. Oh. Why you mustn't vote for Jill Stein and you definitely shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. That's the name of that's the title of this video. Okay, this is a fan channel. They clipped it. Yeah, he's framing this Trump Gaza news around you and how it's your fault.
I feel like you can absolutely say that this is the fault of people like Hasan.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. I too look at a genocide that is occurring and think to myself, how can I make this about a person that I feel slighted by as an individual? That's what I say. And then I turn around and say, a genocide is happening. Like that's the deflection, as though that's like a real deflection and not a fucking principled stance I have. I'm done. We got to stop. We're putting a fucking ban on these idiotic Ethan clips, please. Like it's baby shit. It's for babies. You are a baby. You are a baby. Over and over. Bro made his whole personality an r/destiny hallucination. I know. Oh God. Hasan, if I was you, my ego would be through the roof. He's so obsessed with you. No, dude. I just want him to fucking, I want him to be well, okay? This is clearly not well. The difference between you and Ethan is that he doesn't allow dissidents on his podcast unless you pay for it, whereas your chat is open to the public. You are constantly on the defense from people who don't have to give up anything to comment on your live stream. Even if I wanted to go and try to spell some of the lies in his chat, I would be having to give money to a person. Oh my God, I'm completely in the dark right now. I have to fix this fucking situation. Hold on. I'm going to put the curtains up. It's over. It's like a joke. Liberals are so fucking spineless. Hold on.
Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth.
Hours earlier in the Oval Office, the president argued Palestinians have no choice but to leave Gaza.
It's a pure demolition site. If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places with plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza.
Shortly after welcoming Netanyahu to the White House, Trump digging in, asked point blank if he believes Palestinians have a right to return.
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth.
And then just hours later, that shocking declaration that he envisions the U.S. taking over Gaza entirely. After 16 months of war, the devastation is massive. But even amid the destruction, since the ceasefire was announced last month, Palestinians returning to their homes. Those images, hundreds of thousands determined to get back. In Gaza this morning, Palestinians strongly rejecting Trump's proposal. This man saying, we are staying steadfast in our land here. Whoever wants to rebuild should not kick us out under the pretext of rebuilding. But the president now insists that Egypt and Jordan should take them in, an idea those countries have fiercely rejected.
Well, I think Jordan and Egypt will, I know they've spoken about it with you, and they say they're not going to accept. I say they will.
Democrats say the president's proposal is ridiculous.
What he's saying is dangerous because it will put U.S. interests in the Middle East at risk. It could put U.S. embassy personnel at risk.
Now, President Trump is making this proposal even as the U.S. has been working to secure the second phase of this ceasefire deal, which intends to bring about the release of the remaining hostages and a permanent end to fighting. Negotiations that were incredibly difficult even before President Trump made this new announcement. What comes next, George, is unclear.
Well, yeah, Mary, there's so many questions there, including this simply flies in the face of everything President Trump has said in the past about pulling back the American military from overseas commitments.
It certainly does, George. This goes against the promises that President made on the campaign trail. These are exactly the kinds of conflicts that he has tried to avoid and that the U.S. has tried to avoid in the Middle East for decades.
Inside Gaza, President Trump's idea has been met with outrage from Palestinians determined to keep their homes, even if those buildings are in ruins. Chris Livesay has more from Israel.
Since the start of this ceasefire, hundreds of thousands of Gazans have begun moving back home, or what's left of it. This president, who is called Donald Trump, comes to us with a new method to displace us from our country where we are rooted. This man says, this is our land. We will not get out of it. But rebuilding will take more than resilience. A UN assessment estimates that clearing the more than 50 million tons of rubble left behind could take 21 years. More than 1.7 million have been displaced by the ongoing war.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
Trump's proposal to resettle all of them has reignited painful memories of the Nakba, when hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were forced from their homes.
Wait, what the hell? Yo, liberal media talking about the Nakba? What the hell is going on, dude? Oh my God, is resistance liberalism back? That's crazy. That is actually crazy. That is, wow, shocking. I didn't realize that mainstream media was deeply anti-Semitic. This is CBS Mornings. Isn't this where Tony Double Cirque shit on friend of the show, Ta-Nehisi Coates? Same program, by the way. What's happening? That's crazy.
During the creation of Israel. What about infuriating the people who remember the Nakba, who talk about displacement? It's a very visceral pain for the 2 million people in Gaza.
What I think President Trump is saying here is that Gazans, you have a choice. You do not need to continue to live under a radical jihadist regime. We will.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Oh, got it. No, he's saying he's going to do mass ethnic displacement. That's what he's saying. And you love that he's saying that. Like, that's it. God damn, dude. What a crock of shit this is. Ugh.
Provide solutions for you. Does he mean that the 2 million Gazans will leave Gaza tomorrow morning? Probably not.
But despite the destruction of the Strip, most Gazans remain determined not to leave.
Both Egypt and Jordan have rejected Donald Trump's proposal, fearing, they say, for the population of Gaza as well as their own.
Here's how Hamas responded to it. Hamas official Bassem Naim says Trump announcement of a U.S. plan to seize Gaza and ruin Palestinians is a crime against humanity and a reinforcement of the law of the jungle at the international level. Okay. He said the problem of reconstruction is not at the presence of the Palestinian people on their land, but rather in the continuation of the Zionist occupation and the stifling siege of the Gaza Strip for more than 17 years with American support. Naim called for urgent regional and international action to put an end to these malicious plans. As reports emerge that Netanyahu intends to sabotage future phases of the ceasefire deal, Naim reiterated Hamas's position that it intends to abide by the terms. We demand that the mediators, especially the United States, oblige the occupation to implement the ceasefire agreement in its 3 stages without procrastination or manipulation, he said. We are committed to implementing the agreement as long as the occupation commits to it, and any manipulation in implementing the agreement may cause its collapse. How does it feel to be coming back to the great US of A tomorrow? It feels awful, just genuinely awful. Because there are so many issues. There are so many insane issues in the United States of America. It sucks so bad. Over 1,000 people chanting, "Do your job" as Democrats speak at a rally defending U.S. aid. Environment seems to be agitated with Democrats, as with Trump/Musk's effort to seize the agencies. Yells of "What are you going to do about it?" in response to Democrats talking about the situation.
Do your job. 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 Do your job.
Even my insanely libbed up dad is like, "What the fuck are the Dems doing?" Yeah. Palestinians refuse to relive 1948 as Trump suggests leaving Gaza when you're indigenous to the land. Amir Karaja told CNN he would rather eat the rubble than be forced to leave his homeland. We are steadfast here, Karaja told CNN on Wednesday, as he was working on what remained of his home in the Nusayrat camp in central Gaza. Just put the fries in the bag. Got it. Sure. Caroline Leavitt walks back Trump's statements on Gaza from yesterday. Dude, I can't, like, what is lasered into the back of my mind is the fucking smirk. Okay. The insane, insidious smirk on Benjamin Netanyahu's face as Donald Trump talked about ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip. He just sat there and he just smiled. Just so awful. Insanely awful.
Plans for Gaza. Any and all Palestinians who want to stay in Gaza on their land.
Like, dudes didn't leave their homes when they were getting bombed, man. Why would they ever leave during the rebuilding process, especially when so much of the Palestinian collective identity revolves around being displaced? You know?
will be allowed to do so.
I can confirm that the president is committed to rebuilding Gaza and to temporarily relocating those who are there because, as I've showed you repeatedly, it is a demolition site. There is no running water. There is no electricity. The president wants these individuals to live in peace. He is committed to doing that with this very bold new plan, and we will continue to keep you apprised of updates as we receive them.
If we put boots on the ground, American troops will be killed by a strengthening insurgency dug into the rubble of Gaza and will rapidly become Iraq 2.0. Yeah. It's just... I don't know. Oh. Shit's sad. Even Lindsey Graham is like, sir, I don't know about that. Yeah, this doesn't mean anything, man. Ask Senator Lindsey Graham about the President Trump's calls to remove Palestinians from Gaza. Says he's been on the phone with Arabs all day and the approach will be quote unquote problematic. The idea of Americans going in on the ground in Gaza is a non-starter for every senator. It's great. Yeah. What are they going to do, man? It's also not a non-starter for every senator. There's one senator I can think of on the Democratic side that would love to be bipartisan. All I can say is I want to destroy Hamas, but I've been on the phone with Arabs all day. That approach, I think, will be very problematic. The idea of Americans going in and on the ground in Gaza is a non-starter for every senator. So I would suggest we go back to what we've been trying to do, destroy Hamas and find a way for the Arab world to take over Gaza and the West Bank in a fashion that would lead to a Palestinian state that Israel could live with. Fetterman already said he's down. Man, I was joking, dude. What the fuck? The only thing the Democrats can get together to do is just like more pain and cruelty for the Palestinians. They got no motion on anything else, dude. No motion whatsoever. Trump is just crippling the federal state. All of the regulatory bodies. Democrats are like, we're just going to wait until he fucks up on his own. Okay? The only fucking time they got any smoke is if, hold on. The only time they got any smoke whatsoever is when it's murder time.
Populations and what that mass influx of people would do. To that, Donald Trump said those countries would play tough, but in the end, they would take the deal. They always do. Nate?
Donald Trump described Gaza as a demolition site, as hell. Well, this is what it looks like today, after 15 and a half months of war. But for Gazans, it is home, however hellish. And they want to rebuild here, not be forced to move elsewhere.
This is our country. If they want two states, fine. If not, we remain here. Where else would we go? We won't go anywhere. This is our land, the land of our ancestors. They are the ones who came from the other side of the world, bringing killing, destruction and displacement.
We reject Trump's decisions and those of his aides and supporters who push for displacement. Why should we be forced into displacement? We remain here, even if it means living on the rubble of our homes. Better that than living in humiliation elsewhere.
Benjamin Netanyahu sat by Donald Trump last night, barely able to contain his own surprise and with a hint of a smile.
Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Go where? There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful alternative that's safe.
Trump's proposal has stunned the Middle East, and the Palestinian representative to the UK was defiant.
It took Israel that ethnic cleansing in 1948, the military occupation of 1967, the colonization and the theft of land, and the system of oppression and apartheid, and all the way to the genocide.
I guarantee this was part of the ceasefire deal. I mean, I told you that they had designs for at least doing a permanent military installation in northern Gaza, and that their designs for the West Bank was the permanent annexation. Like, that's it. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about the situation. I said it even after we talked about Donald Trump pushing for the ceasefire. I told you that there was probably going to be some additional things that the guy who got $100 million from Miriam Adelson was going to do.
Gaza, yet the people of Gaza and the people of Palestine, our people, did not leave their homes.
Netanyahu is still in Washington for a few more days. Back home, he has been under pressure from the extreme right to resume the war in Gaza. The US president's proposal has come at a perfect moment for him. It is a political lifeline for the Israeli prime minister.
I think that it is crucial today to consider and examine ideas that are out of the box. After all, Gaza is a failed experiment. It certainly failed under Hamas rule. Anyone with their eyes open understands that Gaza in its current state has no future.
The forced removal of Palestinians from Gaza would be ethnic cleansing. Trump has given no detail how it would work, and it has no backing from Western allies. And with negotiations just starting to extend the Gaza ceasefire, it is a very risky and possibly dangerous move. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News, in Jerusalem.
In the old bombed-out UN school in Jabalia, just north of Gaza City, there are still some classrooms intact. People whose homes have been destroyed moved in here last week when the Israelis allowed them back into northern Gaza. Mahfoud Hassan's room here has a nickname now, Orphan Class. Her two sons were killed during the war. She's surrounded by their children. Yesterday, Donald Trump called for Mahfoud and every Gazan to be supplanted. But no army in the world could move her out of Gaza now because it's where her sons are buried.
ايش مصيرنا اللي جاي مش عارفين رغم هذا الحمد لله الحمد لله الحمد لله على كل حال اقسم بالله رغم هذا كله لا يقولوا اطلع على الاردن ولا على مصر لا مش هطلع اضلني قاعد فوق الرطب ضلني من ريحه اولادي قاعد.
Mahfoud's daughter Lubna brings our team to the family home further north in Beth Hanun. The children, all 10 of them, come along. The house was destroyed in the bombing at the beginning of the war. The family have since moved at least 6 times.
لا أعرف وضل خلوا ذكريات ولا حاجة خلوا من الذكريات كله راح الحمد لله الحمد لله إنه أولادي سلموا وأحفادي سلموا والحمد لله الحمد لله رب العالمين هذا بكفي كله بتعوض.
As she speaks, the children find new playgrounds in the ruins. Adults see collapsed homes, they see slides. And thus begins the business of putting down delicate roots again. This family travelled back to the north of the Strip and home. Last week, our team also met Afaf Salah on the road heading south to Khan Yunis, one of the hundreds of thousands on the move. She was heading there to reunite with her daughters.
It's just crazy that, like, every day there's a fresh hell. Every day. These images, and even far more gruesome images than this one, have been burned into the collective consciousness of so many, especially those who don't only consume mainstream outlets. Now, mainstream outlets are, 16 months late to the game, but finally covering it with some truth and dignity. Perhaps a little too late. And I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go. Because I don't want to lose out on hope that, all of this pressure won't amount to anything, and say that all of this pressure won't amount to anything. But I am worried.
ما شفتش بنتي من ايام الحرب ولدت ما شفتهاش رايحه اشوف اختي وبنتي.
You just can't give up. These people are not giving up, so you can't either. That's my point, okay? Their existence is resistance. Their existence is perseverance. We live in the lap of luxury in the Western world, in the heart of empire. If they can continue living and surviving in spite of the odds, then you can keep advocating for them as well.
ولادي ثلاثة استشهدوا وجوزي استشهد وثلاثة محبوسين. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. يا رب ينتقم منهم يا رب اللي صار فينا يصير في كل إسرائيل.
Afaf arrives at where her daughter, sister and extended family are staying. A grandchild sees her first, then inside to her daughter.
لا حول ولا قوة الله يرحم اللي مات خلص رحم الله مسالي كامل انا مشتاق لكم يما مشتاق يما صدق وانا اشوفك طول الحرب وانا
These family reunions have been a long time coming, and they're complicated, full of joy but delayed bereavement too. And these are the people Donald Trump says should leave Gaza. He is a real estate man. But what price, what specifications could an estate agent put on this home?
After the horrific October 7th attack on Israel, when about 1,200 people were killed and 250 others were taken hostage, Israel launched a war to destroy Hamas. Tens of thousands of people were killed in the process, and much of that territory is in ruins today. So yesterday, President Trump made this suggestion for what could happen next.
Oh, my God.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell.
Now, the plan would also involve relocating more than 2 million Palestinians. We're joined now by the president's national security advisor, that's Mike Waltz. Mr. Waltz, thank you so much for joining us. We're all looking forward to this conversation. We really appreciate you taking the time. So yesterday,
Sure.
when the
Good to be
thank
with
you.
you. Thank you.
When the president made that announcement yesterday, ran that proposal, I'm told, I wasn't there, but I'm told that a lot of jaws dropped, that there was gasping in the room. And I guess my first question for you is, what right do we, the U.S., have to do this when you have 2 million Palestinians that say, listen, this is our home, we don't want to leave, we want to rebuild?
Like, considering that the overwhelming majority of liberals on at least social media apps saw this as yet another opportunity to fucking dunk on the genocided people's immediate family members living in the United States of America, despite the reality that like third-party voters could not have actually made up for Kamala Harris's issues. I don't know if liberals will look at the situation and go, even with all of their hatred of Donald Trump, I don't know if liberals will look at this issue and go, okay, maybe we are the bad guys. Like, this should be a wake-up moment. This doesn't even feel like real life anymore. I can't believe the things that are happening. Yeah. Again, these absolutely smug, nasty people who had nothing to say when Biden and Harris were slaughtering, starving, and displacing Palestinians for 15 months. No snarky comment then. Imagine shitting on voters who lost their families to genocide. This is an NBC News reporter. Trump wins Dearborn Heights amid fury over Gaza-Lebanon wars. Trump proposes permanent displacement of Gazans as he welcomes Netanyahu to the White House. This is Sahil Kapoor, NBC News senior national political reporter. Like, I know that lesser evil voting is in theory correct, but in practice leads to liberals basically engaging in the most insane equations. But how is now the lesser evil voting argument that's taking place, whether it is better to just kill every single Palestinian with bombs right now, as it took place under the Biden administration, or whether it's better to forcibly remove them from this land at gunpoint and ship them off into camps elsewhere. Like, that's what the lesser evil dynamic has turned into for a lot of people. And I genuinely don't understand how evil people can be. He had wife on stream where she said, I hope Hasan is happy with Trump now. They should name a street in Gaza after him. It's all a game to them. Yeah, I don't think they care about Palestinians. I'm going to be very real, okay? That's such a gross fucking statement. Especially considering that I, once again, warned people over and over again that it's not like Donald Trump was going to be better, and even debated people on this issue, both from my community and also even prominent Trump boosters. It's insane. The only significant aspect of Donald Trump's ceasefire was that he had the ability to do it. And it wasn't just Trump that had the ability to do it by way of Steve Witkoff. Steve Witkoff is not a brilliant foreign policy advisor. He's a fucking golf buddy of Donald Trump's who does real estate. That's how much power and influence America has over Israel. It wasn't because Benjamin Netanyahu was like, oh yeah, I'll do this because you're going to let me permanently annex Gaza. Okay? After all, he could have just kept the bombing going and then permanently annexed Gaza without a ceasefire whatsoever. The point here is that America has always held all the cards. You really seem to like the sound of your own voice. I am a professional political commentator by trade. This is God, you're such a cornball. How can you take yourself seriously in that turtleneck? Your opinions are worthless. Your small percentage of stands that follow what you say don't matter in the real world. You are a fucking cornflake, Hasan. Your views are so out of touch with reality. It is scary. I feel bad for everybody that listens to this puke. Law professional. It seems like you're very mad, but I don't know if you're just mad about me or if you're mad about something that's going on in your own personal life that you're so upset over my sartorial choices. I hope you get better, though. Like, yes, I'm familiar with no other land. The people deserve to be mad at you. What the fuck? You had big influence and chose to go against Kamala. You made people vote for Jill Stein. You kept shitting on Kamala. I like that the new talking points have been ordered by the people. Let's see. This is from a fan channel from November 4th, 2024. Okay. The stream is from November 4th, 2024. But I have echoed this sentiment numerous times. Why you should not vote for Jill Stein and especially not for Donald Trump. Now that you've actually seen that that was my take, will you reconsider? Will you watch? Will you understand that you were duped? Will you maybe get mad at the person who duped you? Or will you continue on your conquest? It is legitimately ridiculous that you just rally every 4 years instead of campaigning all of the other times when you should be campaigning. And yes, I do think that she is a grifter. That's it. That's how I feel about it. That's why I don't usually talk about it. It's fine if you want to vote for her. You know, she went to the Palestine protest. It was like one of the few instances where she actually was like even before this election cycle. DSA working for. Oh my God. Why isn't it loading? Families have done more for people than Green Party done in their entire history besides take money away. But yeah, like there are places, if you are very serious about like, I'm losing my mind. Anyway, you can go watch the video on your own time if you want to. Building a resilient movement as a third party. That person's comment earlier was pure cinema. What? This is quite literally your fault, Hasan. You shout on Kamala any chance you got and influence a generation of voters and they went to Jill Stein, you have blood on your hands. I hope you get your karma. I think they do sit around and wait and lurk in the corners and the shadows. Oh, this person is just doing the copy pasta over and over again. I thought they were being serious. No, that person is repeating Lucario Times message. The people deserve to be mad at you. What's really weird about it is like my views on this stuff are not sheltered or hidden. It's pretty it's you know, out there in the open for those who choose to seek it out. Like it's not something that I hide, you know? It's something that I have talked about quite a bit. So if you're coming from if you're coming from a particular community that is like told you, that has mischaracterized my position, and then I tell you like with evidence that that is not the case, does that make you reconsider your allegiances? Do you maybe feel like you might have been misguided? Or are you simply angry in this instance and looking for an appropriate vector to let out your anger, and you have found me to be that appropriate vector, even if you are misguided? I literally remember you getting your ass eaten on Twitter for saying Jill Stein's a grifter. Lamau simply unwinnable. Yeah. It's particularly funny since if you actually had those views and beliefs people say you have, people wouldn't go after you so much. I don't get it. I especially don't get it because time and time again, I maintained the dangers of Donald Trump winning the election, which is precisely the reason why I wanted Kamala Harris to actually get her shit together and run a good campaign. She failed to do so. And not only that, but the Democrats have completely given up on trying to obstruct the current process. I was annoyed at your commentary on it because I didn't find it particularly helpful, but it's not incorrect, and you're not a you are a political commentator, not a party lackey. Yeah, there are plenty of people in here who disagreed with me at the time, who were very upset. There were a lot of people in my community that were very upset, that thought, like, you don't understand, Kamala Harris is actually great. She's going to be great for Palestinians. Like, they tried to outflank the Democrats over and over again. They tried to outflank the Democrats over and over again and try to make arguments that the Democrats themselves were not presenting. And I kept repeating to them, if Kamala Harris does not actually come out with these messages that you're claiming she's coming out with in this chat, she's going to lose. And lo and behold, that's what happened. And I think plenty of people understood that. Plenty of people in this community understood that. They were like, all right, you know what? I didn't agree with you at the time, but I admit that you were right. Remember that TikTok before the election? Perfect run. What are you saying? And they still believe that. I just don't understand what people foresee. But let's not act like you would have been in the moral wrong if you had actually shot on Harris and praised Stein. No, I think Jill Stein is not like a competent nor serious political actor. It wasn't because I wanted to subtly defend Kamala Harris. It's just my opinion. Most Americans support Israel, so she couldn't be saying she supports Palestinians. This is not correct either. This is just not correct. There were numerous studies, numerous polls that were conducted throughout this entire process. The overwhelming majority of Americans wanted a ceasefire. The overwhelming majority of Democrats wanted it, more than 80%. More than 70% of independents wanted it. And even more than 50%, the majority of Republicans wanted a ceasefire. Okay? There were plenty of polls that also showed that the weapons embargo would help Kamala Harris win. But Gaza is not the singular reason why she lost. It was majorly consequential, especially in a state like Michigan. Okay? But what's more important to understand here is that this inability to read the room or deliberately refusing to read the room is at the heart of the Democratic Party's problems with the electoral performance. Even when people were ringing the alarm bells as best as they could with mass mobilization, protests, they just turned a blind eye to it because they were beholden to their donors. Okay? They're completely shut off from the wishes and the demands of their base of support. So it's not just Gaza. This very same principle exists for a number of different issues, whether it be healthcare, okay? Whether it be price controls. You always said Kamala's loss will mostly be on her inability to break from Biden and her closeness to Republicans by associating with Cheney and the right-wing border bill. Yes. Absolutely. It's crazy how everyone is spamming and shitting on liberals right now. This was genuinely the one space we had. You guys are no better than the MAGA tards. People are about to get ethnic cleanse, and the reaction all you gave is Dem's fault. Biden tried everything he could to save Palestine. No, that's not true. Biden did not try everything he could to save Palestine. You're just objectively wrong. Okay? I'm sorry. You're just wrong. Biden is the reason why Gaza looks the way it does, because all it would have taken for Biden to stop this was one singular phone call and a weapons embargo. He did not want to do it. It was such an easy thing to do that Donald Trump was able to do it without even going into the office. Okay? Donald Trump did this before he assumed the role of president by sending an envoy as his representative that was a fucking real estate developer who plays golf with him. Okay? If you are a progressive person, truly on the issues, and not simply substituting progressivism by saying you unconditionally defend the Democratic Party, because many people, I think, mistake that, okay, then you should be able to comprehend what I'm saying here, okay? Especially if you think I am your enemy, okay? And to be fair, if you do think that like Biden did everything he can to save the Palestinians by dropping like 5 nuclear bombs worth of munitions on top of the captive civilian population of Gaza, if you think that that was doing everything you can, then maybe we're not aligned. But if you truly are a progressive person and you think in this moment, this community that will always defend trans people, women's rights, and all marginalized people, and criticize American foreign policy if American foreign policy is responsible for the death and destruction of civilian populations globally. If you think that this community is your enemy and not the much larger, much louder right-wing content creators, I don't know what to tell you. This entire space online is dominated by the right. Completely dominated by the right. So when people say like Hasan has no dissent, Hasan has no competition or dissenting opinions on Twitch, you're delusional. You're just wrong. Asmongold is the largest political content creator on this platform. It's not me. It's Asmongold. He is currently the largest political commentator on the platform, and he's right-wing. In the field, don't project or try to indoctrinate. This is not a projection. This is just a mere statement of facts. Okay? There were a lot of people that tried to get me deplatformed right before the election. Okay? I'm going to unban this person. There were a lot of people that tried to get me deplatformed right before the election. And they specifically did it because, you know, they had some petty grievances that their content creators had with me that they wanted to, you know, get a good dunk on. I'm talking about the sex pastini community. And what's really interesting about this is that in spite of that, even though Twitch did actually respond by blacklisting my stream, there was still 314,000 people in here watching on the night of the election coverage, with 7.5 million viewers over the VOD. And we looked at the numbers, and in the top 10 live streamers on election day coverage, I was the only person. I was the only progressive voice in the top 10. Really reconsider if I'm your enemy, or if someone has basically tried to present things completely out of context to make you feel like I'm your enemy. Anyway. Now let's get back to this fresh hell.
We love where we live, and we want to stay here. What right does the U.S. have to do this?
Well, I think anyone asking that question, frankly, doesn't have a realistic view of the...
What's up with Sex Pestiny fans saying you're a company about the Philip DeFranco? What company?
The plight of the Palestinian people in Gaza. I mean, you have literally nearly 2 million people living in a place that has thousands and thousands of unexploded ordnance and bombs. It's in some places like a minefield. You have buildings that are collapsing and unsafe. You have no sewage, no running water. It has become completely unlivable with this war that Hamas started on October 7th. And I, as a veteran, can tell you it is despicable and sad that groups like Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS literally sacrifice the lives and the livelihoods of their own people to achieve some type of ideological gain. But I think what the...
Yeah. That's what they're doing. They're sacrificing the lives of their people in the way of American munitions that Israel is dropping on them.
President is just acknowledging, as we've been looking at this over the last weeks and months, and frankly, he's been thinking about it since October 7th, and that war is, you know, everybody's heart breaks for the Palestinian people across the region, and rightly so. But he's not seeing any realistic solutions on how those miles and miles and miles of debris are going to be cleared, how those, you know, essentially unexploded bombs are going to be removed, how these people are physically going to live for the at least a decade, if not longer, it's going to take to do this. So the fact that nobody has a realistic solution, and he puts some very bold, fresh, new ideas out on the table, I don't think should be criticized in any way. I think it's going to bring the entire region to come with their own solutions if they don't like Mr. Trump's solution. So that's what we saw, and I think that is just living in the common sense, practical reality of this awful situation that's going on in Gaza and has been going on for quite some time.
We all agree that it's a terrible, awful situation, but Colonel, and I know you're...
But I don't hear a lot of solutions. No, I hear a lot of,
how about this?
This
how about
is
this?
awful, this is terrible.
Yeah, there's only one final solution, according to these guys, you know? It's the best solution. The final solution. Don't you like that? There is a finality to it. Come on, guys. I don't understand. Yeah, if you were serious about rebuilding Gaza and leaving it to the Palestinians, you would move the Palestinians into Israel proper, okay? That's it. Not push them into the fucking Sinai Peninsula so they can live in a concentration camp in the desert controlled by an American vassal state.
You know, the fight, and it is, and we
But what,
fully
Colonel
agree
Waltz,
it is, but I
Colonel
don't hear a
Waltz,
lot of solutions.
Here's my question.
Sure.
Why not help them rebuild as opposed to taking it over and making it the Riviera of the Middle East? Saying we're going to get rid of Hamas, we're going to help you get rid of Hamas, and we're going to help you rebuild, as opposed to get out of your land and we're going to take it over and it's going to become a Riviera of the Middle East, which sounds like a profit-based business.
Well, look, I mean, again, it's just back to the kind of common sense of it. When you have 2 million people living on what has become miles of rubble that's completely unlivable, to say we're going to rebuild with them sitting there, I think is incredible. Just again, the reality of it is incredibly difficult. But back to your point on Hamas, and this is where we have a shared vision and we have shared objectives with the Israeli government. Hamas cannot stay there. We would not allow ISIS to continue to attack us on our border. We would not allow another 9/11s. The Israeli government and people deserve to never have another October 7th. But what is the Hamas leadership saying right now as we speak? That if they're allowed to survive more October 7ths, more attacks, raping, burning, and killing of the Israeli people will happen again. So they cannot continue to exist, and we're going to support the Israeli government as they defend themselves.
Mr. Waltz, Colonel Waltz, the Israelis are certainly very happy. Benjamin Netanyahu is very happy to have the U.S. support. They're looking for that. But how, from an American perspective, does this make Americans safer? The first concern people will have is, well, there's terrorism there. Is there now going to be terrorism here because we're so mixed up in this?
Well, it's the same. I mean, I think it's the same strategy and thinking of why we still have forces going after ISIS all over the world. We still have allies and partners helping us with al-Qaeda. The president just authorized on Saturday a strike to a major ISIS financier, recruiter, and leader in the caves in northern Somalia that, frankly, our military have been trying to take out for well over a year and couldn't get the approvals.
Yeah, of course, Tony Double Sir came in hot. Like, sir, this guy's supposed to be a liberal. Sir, what do you think about the blowback and the potential for terrorism in America? Also, sir, what do you think about like the scariness of Hamas existing in this area still continuously? Don't you think that we should finish the job? Don't you think that we should keep doing permanent genocide?
Forces going after ISIS all over the world. We still have allies and partners helping us with al-Qaeda. The president just authorized on Saturday a strike to a major ISIS financier, recruiter, and leader in the caves in northern Somalia that, frankly, our military have been trying to take out for well over a year and couldn't get the approvals from the previous White House. So I think what you're asking is, why do we support our allies and partners in counterterrorism with a group that is literally promising to conduct future October 7th, which was the 9/11 for Israel of their time? So absolutely, we're going to continue to help. And when we have terrorism defeated and degraded abroad, it helps the homeland here.
I hear you there, Mr. Waltz. The broader war on terror, that makes sense. Circling back to what Gail was talking about, you know, for generations now, American policy has been in support of a two-state solution there, stability in the Middle East. There'll be Israel, and then there'll be a future Palestinian state. Yesterday's comments seem to mean the end of that policy. I just want to clarify, is it the end of the two-state policy? And is it a denial for the future by this government of the wish, the dream of Palestinian?
It is pretty crazy because I thought the exit ramp for the Democrats would have always been liberal Zionism, which they didn't even revert to at all. And then they lost. And now it's just like straight up ultra Zionism is the position. Now, liberal Zionism and ultra Zionism still obviously has aesthetic differences, but ultimately it still wants a timeline where the Palestinian state is completely and utterly eradicated. Okay? Much like the Democrats who openly say, oh, well, you know, you voted for Trump, you get what you deserve. I'm calling my neighbors, I'm calling ICE on my neighbors who have undocumented immigrants who voted for Trump and their immediate family members that are undocumented. Liberals basically want to maintain the moral high ground while simultaneously enjoying the cruelty that Donald Trump is presenting. Because if you truly had a moral position on the matter of deportations being unjustifiable and cruel and unique methods of punishment for people who actually didn't really do any serious crimes whatsoever and are simply existing in American society and producing and you know, giving significantly more into our tax structure than they actually end up taking out. If you're not remotely interested in the morality of deportations and simply care about partisanship and team sports on the basis of your team winning and the other team losing because you owned the Republicans, then you are, by my standards at least, not that different than Republicans. I mean, maybe you're gay or, you know, have immediate queer family members and you're scared and that's why you wanted the Democrats to win, even though they made really no assurances that they would defend trans people, and as a matter of fact, very quickly turned around and threw trans people under the bus, or even threw trans people under the bus during the election cycle. And maybe that's like your marginal difference or disagreement with the Trump side. But overall, pure partisanship for the sake of partisanship alone is idiotic, is an idiotic way to do politics in general. Politics is supposed to be about extracting concessions from your elected representatives. If the Democratic Party is closer in ideology to the way you see the world, you're supposed to go to them and demand things from them in exchange for your vote, not vice versa, right? It's not the other way around. Votes are earned. They are not entitled to your votes. And no matter how much people do harm reduction arguments, and plenty did, and the harm reduction conversation is in theory correct, right? Because marginal differences between either party still yield, at least put a stay of execution on many people's lives. If it's the Democratic Party pushing for the same agenda 4 years later, that still means that for the next 4 years, that stay of execution holds, right? But that's not how people vote. That's not how people operate. Even the dumbest person on the planet still understands, even the dumbest voter in America still understands, like, well, okay, I want some things. I want some things from my representatives. Okay? Even the dumbest person, even the dumbest American voter is still self-interested. Okay? And it demonstrably failed again. Harm reduction arguments with Hillary Clinton failed. And harm reduction arguments with Kamala Harris also failed. And Donald Trump became president again. This time after doing January 6th and being president for 4 years. Okay? So I don't understand why people are so open about their disdain, open about their lack of interest in the humanity of people that were victim to the Biden administration's cruel measures. You know? CNN had Democrats on like a week after the election saying the Democrats have gone too woke. It's fucking ridiculous. Here, I'll tell you another thing that I think tells me at least that people are still looking for some form of obstructionist and resistance against this administration, no matter how hopeless people feel. Okay? Wired Magazine did an article. Wired Magazine did an article exposing the Doge people that Elon Musk had hired. These are, you know, servants of the public working for the federal government that are going to have access to all of your data. These are profoundly important individuals, and unmasking who they are is definitely for the public good. The notion that these guys should remain hidden and anonymous is ridiculous. But the broader point that I want to make here is that at a time when New York Times is losing subscriptions, that at a time when the Washington Post has unironically lost basically became a tenth of their previous circulation, going from 21 million subscribers to 3 million. When the Wired magazine came out with that investigative reporting piece, you know what they noticed? A shit ton of subscriptions. 10 times more subscriptions than they had in that same time frame previously. That to me shows that there is still interest in the public for good journalism. Okay? That means that there is still a lot of appetite for people to say, this is wrong. Can someone please confirm my suspicion? Because it feels like this is very wrong. Okay? So there are still a lot of people out there who are looking for answers, who are looking for someone to guide them. They just don't know where to go. So especially at a time like this, when people are just trying to fight amongst others instead of fighting against the Trump administration, at a time of unity and solidarity where protecting your neighbors are going to be more important than ever before. And I say this as someone who is not an anarchist. I say this as someone who has never been a major fan of like decentralized resistance movements at all. As a matter of fact, I spent most of my career criticizing this stuff. Okay? I recognize that, you know, this might be the only thing we have, at least for the time being. Isn't it kind of easy to see why people are mad at their neighbors? They are fucking mad. They spent years defending illegal immigrants only for a large sum to help them vote for Trump. They feel betrayed. What do you mean? That's not allyship in that sort is not transactional. First of all, undocumented migrants can't vote. That's number one. And even if here's what you guys don't understand. This is a fundamental principle that I have, and I hope you guys get this, and I hope you abide by the standard as well. Okay? You do not advocate for other people's well-being because it's transactional. You do it because it's right. Okay? You do it because you want to improve everyone's lives. Isn't it kind of easy to see why people are mad at their neighbors? They're fucking mad. They spent years defending illegal immigrants only for a large sum of them to vote for Trump. They feel betrayed. It's purely emotional. I disagree with them, but I know why they're doing it. No, it's ridiculous. Okay? That statement, not what you're saying, but that belief is ridiculous. It's ridiculous because why are you defending in your hypothetical liberal argument that you're making? Why are these liberals defending illegal immigrants then? Is it simply so that, they feel good? Is that what the reason is? But don't you think that's why they're doing it? Yeah, no, I understand that that's why they're doing it. And I'm saying that is fundamentally flawed. That's fundamentally flawed thinking. It's reactionary thinking. Okay? That's my point. And obviously, undocumented immigrants can't vote anyway. But even if their immediate family members did vote for Donald Trump, it is ridiculous to say, okay, well then, fuck them. Does that not make sense? Especially because it betrays the argument that you would be presenting in that situation where it's like, well, I defended you for years. Why did you still go and vote for this person? And it's like, if you defended them for years because of an interest in helping these people, then why would you cast them aside when they've made the wrong choice in this circumstance and brought about their own cruelty? What you're supposed to do is still, okay? What you are supposed to do is still unconditionally try and protect as many people as you possibly can. Not go, fuck it. Does that not make sense? Democrats are simply nothing but a name, and so are Republicans. Okay? They're a collection of values that they demonstrate and a legislative agenda that they follow. It's the policies that matter, not the name of the party. Okay? All of the history of the party is supposed to help you comprehend what the direction of the party is and what their policies are going to look like and whether they're willing and able to follow through on an agenda that they promise. Okay? If in a hypothetical scenario, in an alternative universe, the Republican Party was the pro-immigration party and the Democrats were the anti-immigration party, I'd be voting for the Republican Party. It's that simple because it's just a name. Okay? The reason why I hate the Republican Party and the reason why I even hate the way that the Democratic Party operates and how they present themselves is because of their closeness to the Republican Party. And the reason why I hate the Republican Party is because of the policies and the agenda that they present and follow through on. That's it. It's that simple. It has nothing to do with the aesthetics. It has nothing to do with anything but what they are doing. Okay? Because this is not about team sports. This is not about transactional allegiances where, I went out there and I actually protested with BLM. Why is BLM not pro-Israel? Like, that's what pro-Israel people say. They'll be like, oh, well, we did this thing. We went out and did BLM. Why don't you care about Israel doing a genocide? Like, that's ridiculous, right? I mean, what did y'all expect? Over the last 8 years, progressives have alienated and pushed vast amounts of young, predominantly white men towards the arms of conservatives. They're angry about a great many things, and conservatives have given them a tangible, visible target for that hate. I mean, I don't think this is progressives and leftists in general. I think you are looking at liberal institutions in general and how they communicate. and you're looking at liberals in general and what they care about, and then saying this is the entirety of the left. My community is mostly comprised of white men, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? You're literally in it. And this is the most visibly leftist community online. And people, by the way, those very same people still yell at me all the fucking time. But because there are a lot of key issues that I agree with those radfems on, for example, or radlibs on, for example, I don't mind if they fucking call me like a misogynistic piece of shit, okay? Because at the end of the day, I still understand. I still welcome you, okay? You might have disagreements with me. You might think that I am doing the wrong thing or whatever. But at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, are you going to defend your neighbors? Are you going to defend people that you don't know, that and in spite of not knowing them at all, you understand that there needs to be an expression of solidarity. There needs to be a collective understanding that these people have the same exact class interests as you. Are you going to be able to show empathy to those who have wronged you? I will. It does not matter what their political ideology is, as long as they recognize right from wrong, as long as they understand that we must do right by others and choose to fight that fight, I will be there by your side. That's it. That is what is important. And that is what is necessary right now more than ever, because our institutions have failed us and they're collapsing in real time. And they're not even necessarily collapsing necessarily. They're being destroyed in real time. They're being picked apart for scraps in real time, in broad daylight. Okay? It's a highway robbery. And you're just sitting there and you're watching it every day. And the Democratic Party that is supposed to be the counterbalance to this kind of reactionary movement, this kind of reactionary profiteering and endless bloodshed, is woefully incompetent. They are not up to the task. So it's up to all of you to do what's right in this moment. It's up to all of us. Okay?
Nationhood?
I don't think, certainly didn't hear the president say it was the end of the two-state solution. You have the Palestinian Authority, you have the West Bank, and when he was asked directly who is going to live there in the future, he said the Palestinians and perhaps many others. I mean, those are the...
I disagree with a metric shit ton of what you say, especially by showing empathy to the opposition, but I still recognize the fact that you're biased. And though, in my opinion, wrong on your way of trying to make a difference, I do acknowledge the fact that you're a liberal reactionary who has my same goals in mind, with just different ways to get to the solution. A liberal reactionary.
Conversations that we're having, the president has talked to President Sisi of Egypt. He's talked to Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of...
Every liberal on the internet currently is screaming about how much of a radical terrorist lover I am for being pro-Palestine uncompromisingly. And there's still people in here that are like, well, you are a reactionary liberal. No, you can be, liberals are reactionary in many instances. That person is just like far too, that person is max left, okay?
Saudi Arabia. He has spoken, of course, to King Abdullah, who's coming here next week. We have Prime Minister Netanyahu here now. So the president is engaging with our key allies in the region and asking for their input, asking for their ideas, and is personally engaged on this issue.
Colonel Waltz, last question and we'll let you go. Does it matter that the Palestinian people may not want this? They want their land and they do not want to move. Does it matter to President Trump? Does it matter to this administration?
Oh, well, of course it does. But, you know,
that's the difference in logistics. It does, because if they don't want to leave, then we're going to have to apply more pressure. It's about how many guns we use in the process of ethnic cleansing and mass displacement. Do you understand?
I think one of the key points President Trump made last night was, tell me what real better alternatives they've ever been offered. If you're literally on the brink of starvation, if you can't get clean water, you have no sewage, your home...
Bro, these people were not allowed to leave when they were being bombed. Okay? These people were not allowed to leave when they were being bombed. So it wasn't dangerous enough when it was raining munitions on them, but it's dangerous in the rebuilding process? Give me a fucking break. It's just bullshit.
What's left of it is about to collapse on your family, and you're offered some type of viable solution to live in peace and have a better future, to not have bombs and bullets flying, to not have Hamas, lining the windows and...
Yeah, this is a joke, but this basically is a summarization of a lot of what liberals are saying right now. Like, way to go, leftists. Now Trump is going to level this place. You know?
Walls with human shields as they fire on Israeli soldiers.
How about negotiating peace and then building on their own land?
That seems like a better... Well, that's absolutely... The president's Middle East envoy, despite a lot of people saying it couldn't be done, actually helped negotiate, the previous administration negotiate the current ceasefire that we're in. And those negotiations are ongoing, and we have hostages being reunited to tears of joy all over Israel. So let's not forget that we literally have murals of President Trump hanging in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem right now, thanking him for the live hostages that are coming out.
Mr. Waltz, thank you for joining us. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
For me, I didn't really saw that as a super serious kind of a situation.
Great. The smartest guy is up to the task. The #1 advocate. This fucking ogre.
And it's really just trying to shake things up and just announce, like, there is some truths about Gaza. How are somebody able to leave there right now when probably 85 to 90% or more of the buildings are destroyed or seriously damaged? So where are people going to live and how things are going to go? And how can you rebuild Gaza until Hamas is still allowed to endure? So there's a lot of questions, and where's the money going to come from? So this is about, I think for me, I didn't take it as like a serious situation, and it's just about shaking things up, but I'm not going to freak out on it.
It's a bold move, certainly, far bolder than what's been done before, but I think
It's bold. That's the way I would describe it. The final solution is bold.
To stand unequivocally in an unwavering manner, as the whip said, with Israel, our closest ally and friend in the Middle East. And I think if we could bring control of that situation and bring about a lasting peace there, it would do well for everybody, not just in the region, but around the world. It's a volatile place. And I think the strong and decisive move is an important step in that regard. As was noted earlier, Prime Minister Netanyahu being the first international leader to meet with the president in the White House is more than symbolism, but it is a symbol. And it shows the world that we're not going to equivocate. The previous administration did that. They tried to appease Iran and by extension its proxies, terrorists, and they frankly encumbered Israel in so many times. You're seeing a reversal of that now. That is very important development. I think our allies around the world appreciate that. I know because I talked to lots of leaders around the world, and they've been very nervous about the instability there. I think this could be a bold step in that regard. So let's withhold judgment on all of it.
This is an extraordinarily dangerous approach for the president to take and not consistent with American values. The president has simply been treating Gaza as if it were one more real estate development opportunity. It is the homeland of many people. The official policy of the United States continues to be 2 states where 2 peoples can live side by side with security, dignity, and in peace. I hope the President of the United States aligns himself with longstanding U.S. policy.
The President talked about an idea last night. I listened to it very carefully. He talked about an idea He hasn't fleshed out that idea yet. I feel
the silly part about all of this is that like these policy decisions are being made by an abject dumbass who just says whatever comes to his mind in that immediate moment and is very malleable too. So every single person has to turn around and play catch up after Trump comes out and will just be like, yeah, we're going to do the final solution on the Palestinians. Like, and it's going to be beautiful. We're going to build a beautiful parking lot over the graves of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that were slaughtered. And everyone's going to be like, no, he doesn't mean that actually. Here's what he actually means. That would be crazy. You know, that'd be crazy if he said that. I mean, come on, that's not what it is. I mean, it's a bold move. It's a bold agenda. He's right, but this is what he actually means. This is literally the redo of the first admin. Okay. That's it. They're all fascists.
certain the White House is going to welcome input. I don't think anybody ought to start jumping to conclusions here.
I think what the president's trying to do is find a path forward. And I think what he wants to do is a peaceful approach. He doesn't like it when people are at war. He's made that very clear. And what he's offered is let's talk about the value of this land to begin with. And let's let everybody be reminded that this is a valuable piece of property, and the people that live there should recognize how valuable it could be if there was peace in the region.
I thought this was a guy that was going to end America's endless wars. I don't know if this was just off the cuff, but...
Yeah, I can't believe that the Republicans are hypocritical, guys. You heard that? I can't believe that the Republicans were lying when they said that they would be peaceful. I, for one, am shocked. As a MAGA communist myself, I was firmly committed to Donald Trump's peaceful dove attitudes, despite the obvious reality that his previous dealings with Israel unironically set the stage for October 7, as I repeated 1 million times throughout this entire process. How could that guy be? How could that peaceful dove, who was president for 4 years and was not peaceful at all, be not peaceful again? Shocking. Color me surprised, ladies and gentlemen. I am genuinely shocked.
When you're president of the United States, your words matter.
Have you thanked Trump for his content farming, allowing you to shine? I hate this, okay? The idea that, oh man, Donald Trump is really great for content. This is not fucking content. This is ethnic cleansing, dude. What are we talking about? The craziest part about this, once again, is that a lot of people in the Western world will look at this and go, well, I'm not fucking Palestinian. It's just content, right? Oh, it's just content. Who cares? It's content from the way that we're viewing it because we're far removed from the danger. Except you're not far removed from the danger when it's Donald Trump. Okay? It's not. It's not just content. And you yourself are not sheltered from the worst impact. I promise you. You're not sheltered at all from the impact of this. This is going to be consequential regardless. Maybe not the Palestine issue, even though the Palestine issue I can present to you as being consequential for your immediate experiences in the United States of America, because, you know, we're just going to keep giving billions and billions of dollars in weapons to Israel rather than fixing some of these fucking problems, right? But I don't know. The Don't Believe Him, the Ezra Klein Show video. Would love to hear your opinion on this retrospective of the last 2 weeks in Trump's strategy of blasting media with unending noise and chaos. Yeah. This is truly making me reconsider literally flying back home. Even a Japanese flight had a collision at the Seattle airport. I really do hope it's just a matter of people hyper-focusing. It was a ground collision. I know, like a fender bender. I really hope it's just the media hyper-focusing on like plane collisions and things of that nature that are normally routine and not that consequential. Also, they're calling it DEI, which is so funny. Yeah. I've been flying my whole life since I was a baby, okay? And this is one of the first instances in the past 33 years where I felt like just a tad bit uneasy.
And the notion that he's asking the American taxpayer to take on the whole role of funding this or deploying troops, I find it, I'm not sure whether this was off the cuff or a strategy, but in either case, I think it actually sets back the cause of peace in that region.
I believe that what the president's really trying to say is we've got to do things differently in Gaza, and one thing we can't have for a long-term safe Gaza is Hamas. So I think he's right in suggesting that we need to have a clean slate. The reason I said a kink in the slinky, it may not work out the way he envisioned it or the way he discussed it at a press conference, but I think directionally he's on the right track.
Well, there's taking over Gaza, there's helping rebuild Gaza. Probably need some clarification on what exactly that means. He's a developer of resorts. I think he sees a good opportunity. But we need to, obviously Gaza's not ours, it's sovereign, it's part of another country, right? And all that needs to be worked out, probably among them, perhaps with a little bit of facilitation from the United States, but clearly Gaza doesn't belong to the United States.
Trump's position on Gaza is absolutely dumb, stupid, and illegal. And the United States will not be invading Gaza. We will not be occupying Gaza. And for the Republican Party and Trump to run as the anti-war candidates to suddenly ask for war, shows you the level of hypocrisy and/or lack of leadership that is occurring at the White House.
Host breakdown and laughed over media's reaction to Trump's Gaza plan. Oh my God. Dude, what is going on, dude? It's just the cruelty is the point, I guess, right? That's what's happening. Where people are just like receiving this as like a cruel situation and it's indefensible on its own. It's indefensible on its own. So they're just like kind of talking about how the libtards are triggered or something, as though that is a substitute for serious commentary. But then again, it's Fox and Friends. When have they ever been serious?
So here we go. President Trump announcing a new plan, a plan for the U.S. to take over, at least temporarily, the Gaza Strip, saying we'll turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East.
Lucas Tomlinson has more on what we know so far. Good morning to you, Lucas.
Good morning, guys. Standing alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the first foreign leader to visit the White House in President Trump's second term, Trump says the United States, as you mentioned, is going to go into Gaza and did not rule out U.S. military involvement.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site.
Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary.
Now, Netanyahu appeared open to the idea. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry says it rejects any attempts to displace Palestinians from their land. The French government also said it's strongly against any forced displacement of the Palestinians. Egypt, Jordan, and other American allies in the region have previously rejected the idea of relocating the more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. During the news conference, our own Peter Doocy asked Netanyahu the following question.
We have heard Joe Biden and Donald Trump take credit for the hostage and ceasefire deal. Who do you think deserves more credit?
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it. He sent a very good emissary. He's helped it along.
So that was in the Oval Office before the news conference. Now, Trump says the U.S. will own Gaza and be responsible for dismantling all the unexploded ordnance. He said he wants to level Gaza and get rid of the destroyed buildings and rebuild it. Guys?
You know, Lucas, there's no doubt. I mean, they're in a situation where they have to make a decision because Netanyahu says there's no way Hamas will stay in charge. Michael Waltz says that the Trump administration position is there's no way Hamas stays in charge. But if you've seen the hostage takeover, they're still the #1 presence in the area. They're the ones still with the guns.
That's right. And we saw those Hamas soldiers fully kitted out with brand new uniforms, brandishing weapons. Hamas still a force there in Gaza. Also, let's just think just a few days ago when Trump was talking about leveling tariffs on Mexico and Canada, you saw a big about face. Perhaps this announcement will get the attention of other allies in the Middle East, guys.
Indeed. All right, Lucas, thank you very much for the live report from D.C. So it was a jaw dropper last night. The cover of the New York Post is "We'll take over Gaza," and you got to wonder where this idea came from. I know Jared Kushner had told the president a year or two ago. He said Gaza's waterfront property could be very valuable, and suggested the Israelis move the people out and then clean it up. Donald Trump is a developer. He sees the potential, but then again, we're talking about land that people have fought over for decades, and it would involve moving the Palestinians out. It looks like Trump and Netanyahu discussed it, but they didn't really talk to the other side because, as Lucas detailed, some of the other sides involved, like Hamas, has said no. The no's so far that I just was reading about in the Times of Israel, Egypt is a no, Hamas is a no, Saudi Arabia is a no, and China is a no. And there's an op-ed in the Times of Israel right now that says the Gaza plan won't happen, but could shake up the region because new ideas are needed. This might spark more viable solutions. And that's what Donald Trump said yesterday. We need new ideas.
Well, I think it's going to force the Muslim world to find a solution as well. I think it's going to give the president a lot of leverage. Something has to give. And I don't know if this is the solution, but I tweeted out last night, let me just sleep on this. Let me just sleep on this. I think so often when the president puts a radical idea out there to change the conversation around the issue, people just freak out. And that's what the media did last night.
If America looked like Gaza, I would consider leaving if, if I had to live in those conditions. Exactly. I mean, every time we show video of it, I'm like, I cannot believe people live like this because we're so blessed and fortunate here
it's like
in
California.
America.
It's like the wildfires, but eventually people want to go back, and that's the problem.
But and that's a little different because it's so gorgeous in California. You do have to risk the wildfire, especially if you're not going to get insurance for it. But when you look at the video of Gaza, that is no place I would ever want to go or visit. And he says he's not specifying where this new land for Gazans might be. But he said, why not? I mean, you don't have to leave, I guess, if you don't want to. But if you have the opportunity for economic development and supplied unlimited number of jobs and housing and a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, like he calls it.
Israel is a natural disaster, according to Fox. Israel is a natural disaster, according to liberals, too, and the way that they presented it for the longest time. But also on top of that, I mean, we're talking about mass ethnic displacement, okay? It's ethnic cleansing. It's the final solution. They're going to take 1.8 million Palestinians, which, by the way, is also a really devastating number because, as far as I understand, pre-October 7, the number of Palestinians that resided in Gaza was 2.3 by conservative estimates, all the way up to 2.5 is what I've seen. Okay? So that would mean if there's 1.8 million Palestinians, that means the number of the dead and displaced is significantly higher than what we have seen thus far. Okay? what we've heard thus far. If it goes from 2.3 to 1.8, that's not 40,000, 50,000 people, okay? That's number one. Number two, the further displacement of the remaining 1.8 million civilians is insane. I mean, it's just the final solution. This is stuff that you read in history books and looked at and went, wow, how cruel. How could people be on board with this? And here you are watching exactly how people can be on board with it. What? Wait a minute. You've been lying about the numbers? I don't believe it. What? I've been lying about the numbers. What? All right, let's just keep going.
Why wouldn't you consider it? Why wouldn't they say thanks for doing this? Netanyahu said one thing that I thought was interesting. He said, you say things others refuse to say, talking about Donald Trump. And after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, true. He's right.
Just knowing a little bit of the history, you had the Palestinians in Jordan. And they
that chatter added me, but he was, I think, talking about the mainstream narrative, like that they've been lying about it.
They created havoc. They threw him out. They were in Lebanon. They were creating havoc. They tossed him out. They were in Egypt in the 1920s, and they basically gave birth to what we now know as Al-Qaeda. That's Hamas is a division of that. They got tossed out. So they became Israel's problem, and we know about the Balfour Agreement. So now they had in the Oslo situation, they said, what if we gave you Gaza and West Bank? And Clinton said, we build a bridge, both of them. That'll be your state. Yasser Arafat essentially said, yeah, if I do that, they'll kill me because we basically want all of Israel. So if you want all of Israel,
that's not
and you
how
say
that
there's going to be many more October 7th.
I didn't really think that there would be. I did not think that there would be an even more wrong approach to this. Okay. And here we are. It's, I don't know what else to say, man. It's crazy. Why do you repeat the 40K so many times when it come out in last December and medical orgs estimated since then 200K? At this point, repeating that number is genocide denialism akin to doing so with the Holocaust? No. The 40,000 number, as I have stated time and time again, is and it's larger than that. I think it's like 50,000 now, is the number that the Palestinian Health Ministry has given, okay? And that number in and of itself is not even the total number of death. A lot of people, I think, 60,000. Okay. It's 61,000 from the health ministry now. Okay. Understand something. That number, that 61,000 number, is not the total number of the dead. That 61,000 number is the total number that was killed by direct Israeli gunfire or direct Israeli bombs. There are still thousands of people that are under the rubble and no one has been identified. There are still a 10x number most likely that will die as a direct consequence of and has died as a direct consequence of the medical infrastructure being destroyed, as a direct consequence of other issues such as famine, cholera, and the spread of diseases that happen because, one, there is no medical infrastructure because it's been deliberately destroyed by Israel, and two, because people have no access to medicine in general, okay, because their aid is being limited. So the Lancet study estimations that came out last year that said the number currently, the official number at the time was, I think, 40,000, but the number of dead by the end of this process will be far larger than that, was an estimation judging by previous instances of sieges, war, and ethnic cleansing campaigns. Okay? There are plenty of people who die not on a hospital bed by direct gunfire from Israeli soldiers that are not recovered by the Palestinian Health Ministry. So the number that they're offering is incredibly conservative and far from the actual number of the Palestinians that have been killed. Okay? They can only count the bodies that are brought to the hospitals, and those figures are simply the numbers of people that have died due to direct Israeli munitions, gunfires, or bombs.
And you rocket to Israel every single day. Israel just had 1,100 innocent people, including babies, killed in the most horrific way imaginable. Why would you say, let's just call it a ceasefire, go back? Because we're going to be on this couch again 18 months later and talk about another devastating attack.
They promised they would do it again.
We have to revisit all of this, but we are so done. It is really two areas, Palestinians and Iran. Everybody else, and we're going to talk to Qatari foreign minister and special advisor shortly, everybody else is on the page. And you can't say it's anti-Muslim. President Trump says, listen, I love the Middle East. I'm going to be going to Saudi Arabia. I'm going to go visit all these countries. It's not anti-Palestinian. It's anti-terrorist. The rocketing every day has to stop. But the Democrats don't seem to understand that. Listen.
He's got his eye on some real estate deal because he thinks that the coastline of Gaza is going to be great for some new hotel.
It's preposterous, and it's illegal by any understanding of international law.
This is not anything of a plan. This is a complete American imperialism at its roots, at its core. Donald Trump suggesting that this land in the Middle East would be better occupied and overseen by America. I just don't think we can really begin to even comprehend what we're hearing 2 weeks in from this administration.
Clearly, America is now, expressing clearly that they want to occupy permanently, probably, Gaza. They want the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
So one of the big questions, not saying ethnic cleansing.
That's not what he said.
And of course, the Palestinians, if you interview them, which many of these left organizations have, they're going to say, we don't want to leave. But they have to say that. They don't have any other options. They're landlocked. No one wants to take them right now unless President Trump comes up with a deal. And they're scared of Hamas.
Well, and so far they say they're not going to leave. And that's the problem right there. My question is, how much is it going to cost? I mean, we've got Elon Musk going through the federal government right now.
The Arab world's going to pay for it, he said.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. The Arab world, Saudi Arabia said this morning, no ties with Israel without the creation of a Palestinian state. So they are a firm no on the idea.
Are tariffs in the future, then?
Right. Although there are people who are already talking about how it would be a great idea. A lot of people. David Friedman, the ambassador for Israel during the Trump years, he suggested, so will we call it Mara Gaza or Gaza Lago? And then Marco Rubio said the United States.
They've been debating internally, according to my sources, recognizing as the United States of America, the renaming of the West Bank to Judea and Samaria. There's a bill about that.
Annexation.
That's what they're talking about. It's not exactly annexation.
You know what? Let me
actually erasing the name of the West Bank.
Let me go ahead and play this, because this is the man that Trump has chosen as the ambassador to Israel, and everything that we're talking about here was telegraphed by him. This is in 2008 and in 2017. Listen to this.
Basically, I mean, there really is no such thing as, and I have to be careful in saying this because people will really get upset, there's really no such thing as a Palestinian. There's not.
My feelings personally, and I'm speaking only as a person, I think Israel would only be acting on the property it already owns. I think Israel has title deed to.
I blame Hasan. That is all. Nice. Yeah, that's Mike Fuckabee, by the way, a rabid sociopath. If you want to know the true insane people, if you want to know the real rabid pro-Israel crowd, more so than the like Zionist Jewish population in America. It's the ultra Zionist far right evangelical Christians. Okay? They are completely and utterly psychotic. What? I have no idea what you're saying.
Judea and Samaria. There are certain words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities.
By the way, Bill Clinton also repeated these takes in Dearborn leading up to the election, operating as a spokesperson for Kamala Harris. Incredible stuff.
There's no such thing as an occupation.
This is illegal.
I didn't mean
this
to
is
interrupt.
illegal. This is what he just said, that is a violation of every international law. It's a violation of every convention that the United States, by the way, was part of. It's a violation of
Human
every
decency.
but also every UN resolution. It's a violation of International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court resolutions. What they are saying tonight to the world and to the international community, international law is dead. It's
Scott,
dead.
is international law dead? Because I think Rula is right in suggesting that that's basically what Trump is suggesting. Forcibly removing Palestinians from their land is against international law.
I think we're being a little dramatic, and we're on our jump to conclusions, Matt, here a little bit. He muses occasionally.
Take him at his word.
He muses occasionally.
Look, Scott,
and
just to be clear,
it's
because
provocative.
you're suggesting that we are making this up or
No, I'm not suggesting
exaggerating
anything.
it.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, I'm
I'm
just
saying
saying
you
Trump
and I both know
said
he
it.
muses occasionally, and he's aspirational,
He's
and he
not-
says provocative things
Scott,
occasionally.
I don't look. I really don't want to interrupt you, but I just
You
for my
don't?
own, I think I have to come to my own defense here in saying Donald Trump, with his own words, said this is what he wants to do. He wasn't musing. He was looking down at a piece of paper. I've been in a room with him, just like that, with foreign leaders, looking down at a piece of paper. He is reading a statement that was prepared for him. Those are not musings.
Well, also, Scott, what happened to America first?
So I
this
think-
is the guy who was supposed to take us out of the endless wars, said he's against nation building.
You're stealing my
He
talking
railed
points.
against I am.
I know. Playing the role of Catherine tonight. Brad.
I do want Scott.
Are you for the ethnic cleansing
I
or
do want
against
Scott
it?
to finish his point.
Look, I don't
You're
know
not
that
for it?
I don't
You're
know
not
that I
against
agree
it?
with the terminology you're
Go
using.
ahead, Scott.
Here's what I think. It's provocative. It's an interesting conversation point. Donald Trump, he's the only person in the world speaking positively about this particular geography right now. And I will just say that
That's called
in the first term, he did something rather audacious with the Abraham Accords, highly successful. He's always thought positively and aspirationally about the Middle East. And I would just ask all of you all who are enraged about this, how's it going right now? How's the current management doing?
Not
really all that well.
To answer you, and that's
Terrible.
because that's
Terrible.
because of Americans' weapons and American inability to enforce.
You're blaming
United-
us for the management
Well,
problems
Hamas
in
wasn't-
Gaza? Come on.
Wasn't doing a great job before.
Okay, let's be honest. We have a 58-year-old occupation that is illegal, that decimated people's hopes and lives, and I am the only Palestinian here. And I must say that it honestly, the fact that we are not able to put in perspective that's the history of that region. Before October 7th, hundreds of people were killed. After October 7th, still thousands and thousands of people are getting killed.
And what happened on that day?
For 58 years.
What happened on that day?
You know what? What happened on that day, actually, Secret Service of Israel had been predicted what happened on that day. What happened on that day is we had basically, a border that was, breached because we have a government in Israel, and as I am an Israeli-Palestinian government, we had a government in Israel that favored annexation and pogroms in the West Bank.
I'm just asking
Not
you what
only
happened that day.
I want to tell you something. We had a government, we had the prime minister who said Hamas is an asset. We need to finance Hamas. He's the one that sent to Doha the head of the Secret Service 3 weeks before October 7th to ask the Qataris to finance Hamas.
But you don't want to
They
say what happened.
considered-
You don't want to say what happened that day.
It's an atrocity that happened that day.
Yeah,
But
and
that
where and from
atrocity
where did
is
it
a
emanate?
That atrocity is it doesn't justify the atrocities and the war crimes and the genocidal campaign that happened after
I
our
totally
start.
reject everything you just said about genocide, war
Of course, but
crimes.
the International
Israel has every
Criminal
right
Court
to defend
does
itself.
not.
I don't
not,
want us to get
not by
I don't
committing
wanna-
war crimes.
I don't want us to get off course because I think that it is easy to redirect this conversation about October 7th
Yeah.
when what we're talking about right now is what happens today and tomorrow and what comes next. And I want to ask you just a follow-up to what you said. Hold on. A follow-up to what you said. Trump is talking positively about the region, but in his view of Gaza, the Palestinians do not exist. How is that something that is positive for Palestinians, 2 million people that live there right now?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't give a lot of details about how he envisions the future for that population, and I certainly am not in a position to flesh it out either, because I don't know what he means by that. Here's what I do know. Current management failing, a president of the United States who's speaking positively about what could be happening in that region, and you all talk about the Middle East being on fire, and nobody seems to want to acknowledge on whose watch it was set ablaze. And so, look, I think sometimes he tosses things out, and it's to start a conversation and we'll see where it goes.
Displacing millions of people.
From sending U.S. troops
I think it's also
to the Gaza
necessary,
Strip.
and I said this earlier, but the fact that we still have hostages, the fact that we still have hostages that aren't brought back yet, the fact that seems to be somewhat of an overlooked portion of this
we have
entire...
we have a deal, not a great one, but a deal in place.
Not only that, I'm interested to see, and there are people smarter than me about this, but what effect does this have on any ceasefire deal? What effect does it...
There's no ceasefire.
He suggested that it might actually affect it, and he
So that's my point. I mean, if there are people who have, you know, the innocent men, women, and children of Palestinian babies and innocent women and children in their heart and minds at the forefront, then they want a ceasefire. We want a ceasefire. If there are individuals who want the hostages brought home, then they want a ceasefire so those hostages can be brought home. Today makes no sense in actually moving that ball down the field.
And what about the American families who don't want their loved ones who serve in our service to go fight another war overseas in the Middle East that he has no clear vision for, but he talked about U.S. boots on the ground. That's a slap in the face to MAGA voters who specifically rejected the old neoconservative ideology.
But not only that,
he sounds like Liz Cheney.
But not only that,
this is exactly what Russia and China have been saying. It's all about the land. And basically, nobody watched what the Chinese said tonight. They said, we know exactly what they want, the Americans. Gaza, outside the Gaza shores, they discovered oil and gas. So it's not only
but this
that
isn't
it will be a real estate.
But this isn't a new concept. I mean, in March.
1 second. It's about colonialism. Donald Trump today, he proposed a new vision for America, and it's colonialism, and he's been proposing this for other areas, Panama and other places. But tonight he went further. He said, Palestinians, we will send them, you know, left and right, whatever. And Palestinians, by the way, the millions of Palestinians, they have families in the West Bank. They have families in Jerusalem. I have families in Gaza, and my family lives both in Haifa, in Jaffa, and in the West Bank. We can move them there. Why not allow the women and children to move actually to where they have relatives? Why not allow the orphans? There's 38,000 orphans in Gaza. We have orphanages that are empty in Jerusalem, in the West Bank, in Ramallah, in Jenin, and elsewhere. But you see that the vision is actually bypassing the Palestinians and ethnically cleansing them.
I reject one portion of your statement, which is to say that there was a new vision of colonialism for the United States of America. I think that's as old as the United States of America. That's not necessarily...
Yeah, we would never do such a thing. That's crazy.
I think the point that she's making is right. There is something that Trump is doing right now that is about
It's a funny predicament for a lot of liberals who see their primary responsibility as defending Israel, while simultaneously Trump gives the game away. So it's a moment of divergence where, on the one hand, you want to aesthetically maintain this presence that you are a progressive person, that you care about like international rules and laws and whatnot. But on the other hand, Donald Trump is advocating for the cause overall, the cause that you have also been tasked with defending. He didn't deny it. He justified it by saying there's a precedent of colonialism. Oh, he said American colonialism is as old as America. Did I misunderstand it? Oh, my bad. My mistake, Bakari. I misunderstood. I thought he was saying it's not a new vision as in like it's not a thing that exists. I thought it was in defense. Libs didn't agree with international rules. They rejected the ICC warrants and even threatened the ICC. No, I know. I thought he said it in defense, like claiming that it's not a concept. Like it's not new because it's not a concept.
Land. There's no question about it.
No question. But I mean, this
You
is.
think someone can be a liberal and support Zionism? Yeah. Liberal Zionists exist. There are plenty liberal Zionists. Now, Zionism is, you know, a fascist ideology inherently because it's built around the continued domination of the out-group at the behest of the in-group that is considered, you know, an ethnic and religious superior group. So it's not really different than Nazi ideology in that same vein. And yes, there are certainly liberal Zionists who make. There are certainly liberal Zionists that refuse to recognize these contradictions and will say, no, you don't understand. We just want Israel to exist, 67 boundaries, while also simultaneously, sometimes argue against settlement expansion in the West Bank, and in other instances just kind of let it happen. You know? That is the distinction. Ultra Zionists, rabid settlers, they are the pioneers. They are the first line of defense. They will enact the agenda through and through. Felix responded to my Supreme Court is going to legalize fighter jets for private citizens soon. Once I get my Su-30 SM, I'm coming to pick you guys up. No one's going to crash into us as long as I have my R-27s and R-73s. Hell yeah. Felix is going to save me. When push comes to shove and contradictions reach a boiling point, okay? Liberals that actually cave and capitulate and concede to fascists are still doing the bidding of fascists. Liberal Zionists in this stage in Israel are doing exactly that. It is no different than Nazi Germany in that regard, where you did have plenty of liberals who initially were against the Nazi Party that inevitably made way for the Nazi Party. They too were complicit in the actions of the Nazi Party. There's also a similarity within liberals and members of the Democratic Party that are doing the very same thing for the Republicans. I sometimes like using examples, even if I'm talking about Palestine, I like using examples that are not about Palestine, because I think that there's always this underlying suspicion for people who are just coming in that my criticism almost entirely revolves around Gaza, specifically because of, you know, my Muslim background, right? That I'm simply too biased to see a more moderate, more reasonable approach. But this principle is universal and exists for virtually every single issue that the Democrats cave and capitulate to the right on. This is precisely the reason why I regularly talked about immigration, undocumented immigration in this country, and the Democratic Party's apprehension towards presenting a counter message to the Republican reactionary framing on the matter that justifies a white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. Okay. Hasan, what do you expect from Israel to do when hundreds of innocent civilians get kidnapped and killed in their homes? Kilof, what do you expect Palestinians to do when hundreds of thousands, almost 1 million Palestinians were forcibly removed from their homes 76 years ago. And throughout that 76-year process, Palestinians have been consistently dominated and murdered, and also kept as hostages in permanent detention after military tribunals and sham trials that are all against international rights. What are they supposed to do? Are you reading from a computer? No. What are the Palestinians supposed to do? Because if your answer is, well, the only solution after October 7 is like ethnic cleansing, then you're a freak. You're a monster. Okay? How is that Israel's fault? What is the nation state that settled on Palestinian land and did all of those things that I was mentioning? The name of that country is Israel. Israel still to this day maintains tens of thousands of Palestinians in permanent detention. That's it. The standard of violence is always set by the colonial entity, okay? Israel is a settlement. Israel is a settler colonial project that was designed around the forcible displacement of almost 1 million Palestinians from their indigenous homelands, forced into what is now known as the Gaza Strip. Anyway.
United for Israel are not keeping silent. My help comes from the Lord.
Amongst Israel's most fervent allies, American evangelicals.
He who defends Israel neither slumbers.
Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel.
Ultra-conservative Christians now serving in key roles under President.
What? How can you blame Jewish Israel when they are kidnapped by us? What are you saying? I feel like, yes, I have watched Israelism on stream. One of the comments on Fox News today was that for the people who had ever wondered what they would do during the Trail of Tears, the relocation of Asian population on the West Coast will have their chance now. I mean, yeah, we've been saying that. A lot of people learn about these atrocities in history books, and they fantasize about how they would be on the right side of history. And while that history is unfolding in front of their eyes, they are demonstrably on the wrong side of it. Okay? Not recognizing that the exact same history is playing itself out in nearly identical fashion right now. And what they do in this moment matters. What they do in this moment is exactly what they would do back then. That's that simple. It's that simple. It is inappropriate and also untrue if I were to sit around and tell you anything other than what I've told you thus far for the past 16 months of my ongoing genocide coverage. I will not lie to you no matter how much people oppose what I have to say. This guy is just going crazy mode in the chat, defending the integrity of the Democratic Party at a time when it is at its lowest point in popularity for understandable reasons. One of which is that the very same Democratic Party that he's vociferously defending does not give a single shit about him and has completely dropped the ball on fighting against the Trump administration anyway. I will never understand the passion that people demonstrate for things like this. If they were to demonstrate a fraction of this passion for issues that they care about and choose to, motivate the Democrats into doing the right things, perhaps Donald Trump would not have become president. Will you debate Asmongold on what? Sure. That Donald Trump is a fascist? People who defend the Democratic Party right now are like Dallas Maverick fans, even after this recent disastrous trade. And I don't even think there are any Dallas Maverick fans remaining that still defend this trade. You know what I mean? They're just hanging on to this thread that doesn't exist by an institution or an organization that does not care about them. Okay? It's that simple. If you're still looking at the Luka trade and thinking, no, there's reason here, you don't understand. It's actually, Miriam Adelson does not want to secretly tank the team and then move it to Vegas. She wants to stay in Texas. She actually likes the Mavericks. She actually made, she actually pushed for this correct trade to happen. Anthony Davis, is going to be tremendously better, much better than a 25-year-old Luka, who, no matter how fat he gets, is still one of the best players in the NBA with a massive career ahead of him. You don't understand. Anthony Davis is never going to get injured ever again. Whereas Luka will always be injured. I promise. That's what you sound like when you defend the Democratic Party in this situation. I know Anthony Davis is also injury prone. He's also older. And he's a great player himself. It's just, very different than Luka. Luka is a generational talent. And in a higher, I would say, category, a higher class of player than Anthony Davis is. This whole thing has made AD sound like he's a horrible player. Exactly. He's not. It's just that in the NBA, you have like unimaginably talented players. Okay. Anthony Davis is one of them. And then you have legends. Luka is in the legendary status. You can say that he does not play defense, and that's fine. That's understandable. But he is a point savant. And I know this with my, limited knowledge of the NBA. I don't really keep up with it that much. And more importantly, he's also 25 years old. You will never catch me saying something about a schlubby white boy who dominates in the NBA, okay? In my heart, especially a Balkan man, okay? I feel a sense of closeness. It's like watching someone directly play out your dreams. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is how it's one of those moments where, you know how like people used to talk about like Lizzo and representation? That's what Jokic and Luka are for me. Okay? Schlubby Balkan boys that are just dominating in the field of basketball. We got 3 championship players now. It was a great trade, tremendous trade no one's ever seen before. It's kind of funny because it's the most I've ever seen Jokic be interested in talking about the NBA and NBA related and basketball related issues in that fucking press conference when they asked him about the Luka trade, and he went on like a 2-minute rant. I have never heard him like when you ask him about how he feels immediately after, like, I don't know, being considered for the All-Star game again, he's like, I do not care. I don't like. I wish I was in Serbia. I want to play with horse. I want to play with my horse. Ask him about the Luka trade. He's like, this is devastating for the entire situation in NBA. It seems like basketball is becoming very different than what I had understood. Seems like no player is safe. I will be really reconsidering the game in and of itself. I work. Yeah. The dude who was like, championship parade means I can't go home. Oh no. Is literally was yapping about this particular issue. You going on a basketball tangent to cope with the depressing news? I feel you though. He's got, this is job. I like job. Job security is important. But having said that, nobody likes job. Nobody likes job. Who likes job? People lie, say they like job. I don't like job. Please no deport. First of all, are you kidding me? I feel like Jokic would love being deported. If there's one guy who would welcome it with open arms, it's the dude who loves Serbia. I've never seen him smile ear to ear playing basketball unless he's playing basketball representing his country. He loves it. I'm confused. Luka Doncic or Nikola Jokic are Russian. Why the Russian accent? They're Balkan. It kind of sounds like that. Anyway. We got the evangelical Christians. My time on today's stream is quickly coming to a close, by the way, because I still have to literally pack up so much shit before I fly out, unfortunately. That's probably part of the reason why. It's not the depressing news in and of itself, but another thing that is also depressing is my departure from Nihon Des.
Mr. President, history...
Fueling hopes amongst Israeli settlers.
The truth is that the Palestinians are not a nation.
Determined to finally kill off any possibility of a Palestinian state.
People who ask me what would it take for you to live in Japan? It would take for me to quit streaming. Because it's impossible for me to stream out here consistently. It would genuinely kill me if I streamed out here consistently. Because I have to wake up at 4 a.m. every morning.
They just want to drive people out. Annexation of the West Bank means we're done.
In a 12th century Jerusalem church, a group of American evangelical Christians are singing in praise of Christ. We joined them on a tour around the old city.
So, the most holy place for Christians who come to Jerusalem.
Leading us, pastor and biblical archaeologist John Delancey from Pennsylvania.
Initially, the entrance was from the east.
For these devout believers, modern Israel is where the land of the Bible comes to life. But it's not just about history.
What we see happening in Israel right now, I believe, is a sign that we are moving closer and closer and closer to the end times.
When will this happen chronologically? Here's the answer. Ready? I don't know. Okay.
For many evangelicals, the return of the Jews to Israel is a precursor to the rapture, when true believers will be lifted to heaven, ahead of Armageddon and the return of Christ.
The greatest miracle in the history of the world, second only to the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
These are not fringe beliefs. This group, Christians United for Israel, boasts 10 million followers.
This man literally said Adolf Hitler was Jewish, and also it was good that he did the Holocaust because it created reasonable ground for Israel to be created, basically. He was invited to the pro-Israeli rally that was in Washington, and spoke before many talented American political figures like political commentator Van Jones, who, as you know, is a big proponent or big opponent, of anti-Semitism, and even the likes of Chuck Schumer. Because, once again, you can be as anti-Semitic as you want as long as you are pro-Israel. If you are pro-Israel while also saying some of the most unhinged anti-Semitic nonsense anyone has ever heard, okay? As long as you maintain the position that you are pro-Israel vociferously, Gilad Erdan, the former UN envoy, will come visit your televangelist megachurch to deliver a speech about how wonderful your church attendees are in defense of the state of Israel. Hasan, has the FBI come knocking yet? Brother, I'm in Japan.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has addressed their annual conference. And for them, Palestinians are living on Jewish land.
Why do we stand with Israel? God's foreign policy is, was, and always will be. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you.
But just think that the temple that once stood there in the days of...
For John and the tour group, these apocalyptic beliefs are part of the attraction behind visiting Israel.
And a lot of the evangelicals you interact with, for them, this isn't a myth or a metaphor. It's a literal sequence of events that they believe will unfold.
Absolutely, it is. Israel is growing in their population of Jews from the diaspora, as we say, now returning to the land. And that's a good thing, and most evangelicals will say that this is a big sign pointing to how imminent the return of Christ may be.
So the end of time is basically the apocalypse.
Absolutely.
To non-believers, evangelical views might seem outlandish, but they're a hugely powerful force in American politics, making up around 20% of all voters.
Well, I think, the coming to Israel is what really helps to bring what you read in the Bible come alive.
And like Rick, they're overwhelmingly staunch supporters of Donald Trump.
What are you hoping to see from him in terms of the Middle East?
Definitely strong support of Israel. I think that's, for me, that's something I want to see. I call myself an unapologetic Zionist. I believe it's important for Israel to exist.
Is that based on religion and the kind of role of Israel in biblical teachings? Is it based on politics?
Well, I think it's both. For me, certainly the Bible commands, the whole faith, our faith is based on Jewish people.
Now, Pete Hegseth returns to the Holy Land.
Former Fox News reporter Pete Hegseth is one of a number of prominent evangelicals now serving under President Trump, recently appointed the Secretary of Defense.
That Zionism and Americanism are the front lines of Western civilization and freedom in our world today.
And here's Trump's pick as ambassador to Israel, former pastor and state governor Mike Huckabee.
There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria.
Judea and Samaria is the biblical name for what even the US government has always called the West Bank, land intended to be at the heart of a Palestinian state. This was Huckabee in 2018, helping build a settlement there, even though they're deemed illegal internationally.
When the Bible says that God gave this land to the Jewish people, I accept that.
An opportunity to apply full Israeli sovereignty on all areas in Judea and Samaria.
It's a narrative also shared by Jewish settlers, like far-right Israeli politician Ohad Tal.
Mr. President,
here he is speaking at Trump's Florida home. He and other settler leaders want Trump to support resuming the war in Gaza and annexation of the occupied West Bank.
Oh my God, he does look like Tim Robinson. I was thinking, like, who does this dude look like?
Yeah, even the MAGA hat.
See, so you spend a lot of time out there.
I've been in the States, I think, in the past year around 15 times.
Evangelical Christians have been appointed to some high-profile positions within the Trump administration. How important do you think those figures and their views will be?
They believe that this is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people. So definitely I expect them to support these policies also.
With Trump in office, Israel's settler movement hope to formally take over the occupied West Bank, destroying any remaining possibility of a separate Palestinian state.
If you were to annex the entirety of the West Bank, including the Palestinian majority areas, and then did not give that population equal voting rights in the state that they were living in to the Israelis, that would be apartheid. What other word could there be for it?
The truth is that the Palestinians are not a nation. They are a tribal society. Let's allow them to have different autonomies, local governing themselves.
Yeah, he's describing Bantustans, which also was a permanent fixture in the apartheid structure in apartheid South Africa, where the term apartheid was first utilized as a legal terminology in the prosecution of it. That's what he's saying, while also simultaneously saying they're like tribal people. I don't know what that means.
They will only have to accept one principle, that this area is a Jewish state.
It's hard to predict what President Trump's policies will be towards this contested land. He wants to broker a historic deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel, and that's likely to include some commitment to creating a Palestinian state. On the ground, Israeli settlers are already making that next to impossible.
The way Israeli governments have been expanding settlements here, the way they've been expanding their overall control of the occupied West Bank, many describe Israel as already de facto annexing the territory.
We've come to the village of Turmuseya. Most of these plush homes have been built by Palestinian-American dual nationals. But with violence flaring, the area is now on the front.
Random question, but was the segregationist U.S. technically an apartheid structure? Yes. The Jim Crow initiatives were, yes, absolutely similar to an apartheid structure. The difference is, of course, it predates the actual legal designation of an apartheid. That's the only thing that, I guess, salvages the American reputation. Well, that and also whitewashing of American history.
Line of attacks by extremist Israeli settlers.
They just want to drive people out from this area. So they want to empty it completely from people so they can take it over.
Yasser moved back here from California after retiring as a lawyer and is now Turmuseya's spokesman.
One of the things the Israeli right wing are lobbying for is...
It's not like Palestine? What do you mean? No, it's not like Palestine.
is formally annexing at least part of the West Bank. Is that something you worry Trump could accept?
We worry that he might agree and he might do that step, which is a very, very dangerous step for us Palestinians. It takes away the hope that we have been living for, which is an independent Palestinian state. Annexation of the West Bank means we're done.
On the horizon, an ancient biblical site and ever-expanding Israeli settlements. Now a new chapter in this old conflict could be about to begin.
The latest on President.
All right, let's talk about President Trump and Elon Musk drive to reshape the government now. Okay? Because President Elon Musk is fairly devastating. Before we do that, of course, Chinese President Xi Jinping opposes Trump's plan to take over Gaza and supports Palestinian rule over the territory, even though he hasn't really done much on that in that regard. Okay. There's also this. Stop making me sad and make me mad now. Don't worry. Oh, here, if you want to get mad, here's President Elon Musk. White South Africans are being persecuted for their race in their home country. Also, white South Africans are one of the few population groups that are fiscally positive when immigrating to Europe. We should allow more immigration of white South Africans. Elon Musk, who is anti-immigration and constantly talks about how immigrants are bad, does not have an issue with white South Africans immigrating. Now, of course, this statement that white South Africans are being persecuted for the race in their home country is, of course, ridiculous. They make up 7% of the population in South Africa, and yet still maintain approximately 90% of all of the valuable land. They own approximately 90% of that. The South African government has tried to combat this a little bit with, land reallocation and whatnot, and that's precisely what they're talking about in terms of the racial violence that whites in South Africa are experiencing. But speaking of this, what? How can you see the USA is coming close to Nazism by possible deportation camps, but China is not Naziist for detaining Muslims? Hasan literally just copies Al Jazeera talking points sometimes, but I am no different, I admit. Xi Jinping, Peppo spit. Xi Jinping, can you point to a period in time where I have denied that there were re-education camps in Xinjiang? Because I have criticized the Chinese government numerous times for this. Not only were there re-education camps, but there's also mass surveillance on top of that as well. The comparison I always make is this. If the Israeli government treated the current Palestinian population in the same way that the Chinese government treated the Xinjiang, the entirety of Xinjiang, okay, they would get Nobel Peace Prizes. Literally, the entire planet would be celebrating it. It's still unacceptable. It's still unacceptable by my estimation, by my moral values. And yet, the broad reception of the Western world would be the most, the highest praise physically possible. Okay? That's it. All right.
.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The top-ranking career U.S. Treasury Department official, David LeBrick, has been forced out of the agency after he resisted a demand by Elon Musk and his associates at Doge to gain access to the government's vast payment system, which disperses trillions of dollars in federal payments each year. Trump's new Treasury Secretary, the billionaire Scott Bessent, ended up giving Musk access to the system, which includes sensitive information about taxpayers, Social Security recipients, government contractors, including Musk's rivals. Musk is also accused of waging a takeover at the Office of Person.
So you're not denying it? You're just saying it's nowhere near as bad as it's made out to be? No, I think it's very bad. What do you mean nowhere near as bad as it made out to be? It's re-education camps and mass surveillance. It's dragnet operations upon an entire population group. And the claims made by the government at the time was, well, there are Muslim radical separatists out there that want to cut off Xinjiang from the rest of China. And they're engaging in terror attacks, like mass stabbing incidents and whatnot. That, in and of itself, is unjustifiable. That method of dealing with it is completely unjustifiable. It's collective punishment. Okay? And it is indefensible. Having said that, however, they were not wiping out entire city blocks with multiple nukes worth of munitions.
Management, where career civil servants have been locked out of computer systems. For more, we're joined by two guests. Waleed Shahid is Democratic strategist. His new piece on Substack is headlined, "Elon Musk is staging a coup." Waleed was previously the spokesperson for Justice Democrats and former senior advisor for the campaigns of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jamal Bowman. We're also joined in Washington, D.C. by Lindsay Owens, executive director of the Groundwork Collaborative, who says there are several reasons Musk wants to control Treasury payments. None of them are good. Okay, Waleed Shahid, let's begin with you. What do you mean that Elon Musk is staging a coup?
So if this story was taking place somewhere in Central Asia or in Africa, the United States media, the United States State Department, international institutions would likely refer to this as a coup. A billionaire industrialist who donated $300 million to a campaign is installing his personal loyalists in key parts of the federal bureaucracy. This is essentially Viktor Orban's playbook. And we need to know, why does a billionaire industrialist with millions in government contracts, military contracts for his private companies need the social security numbers of every American, needs to know what every single check that the U.S. government gives out to businesses, to charities? Why does this billionaire need to know this information? He was not vetted or approved by the U.S. Senate.
Elon wanted a Turkish national to work for Doge. White House said no. Elon Musk wanted to hire a Turkish green card holder at Doge. The message from the West Wing was, we're in the deportation business and we can't bring in a foreigner to help lay off American federal workers. Oh my God. Musk was hoping to make an exception for Barış Alkuş, a Turkish-born venture capitalist with a green card who had become a close ally. That's brutal. That's doubly brutal.
Has a history of corruption, for using public resources for private gain. He's one of the wealthiest men in the world. And in any other situation, this would be called...
They also have a Canadian, I think, a Canadian national in that position. So I guess it is truly the notion that white people are not, Turkish people are not considered white in the eyes of this administration, at least.
This would be called state capture, and people around the world would be condemning it. But in the United States, we are not used to this kind of level of creeping authoritarianism, of plutocracy.
Actually, I don't even know.
So explicit.
Like, Turks are not considered white, I guess, or rather, they're not a part of the close allegiance that we have to Canada, despite the fact that we were trying to do tariffs not that long ago and want to forcibly annex them potentially. And a not insignificant number of people are also on board with this annexation.
And we need to, this is as Representative Ocasio-Cortez said last night, this is a 5-alarm fire. Senate Democrats need to be communicating to the American people. And last night there was a call by Indivisible Action for people to visit their senators and call for them to grind the Senate to a halt, to call for investigations, and to know, why does Elon Musk need to know this information? Why is he showing up on Saturday to the offices of the federal government demanding the private information of citizens all around the country?
Well, Lindsay Owens, you say none of the reasons are good. Lay those out.
Yeah, absolutely. So for most Americans, this is the first time that they've ever heard of the Treasury payment system. So what is the Treasury payment system? This is effectively the piece of the federal government that cuts the checks. And they cut a lot of checks. This is $6 trillion a year. Money that goes to individuals as Social Security payments for seniors, money that goes for organizations like Meals on Wheels to deliver lunches, foreign aid, as well as the funding that the government sets aside for key programs, paying its debts, making sure that we don't breach the debt ceiling and default on our obligations. So this is really unprecedented that Elon Musk has grabbed control of the keys of $6 trillion in payments infrastructure. There are a few reasons this could be happening. The first is, as your viewers know, last week, President Trump tried to end federal spending, just stop federal payments altogether. This was so outrageous and in violation of the Constitution that the courts intervened and said that he couldn't do that. What may be happening here is that Musk may be doing an end run around the courts, going straight to the source so that he can continue to stop those payments that the courts said needed to keep staying online. The second thing that may be happening here is this could just be a good old-fashioned cyber attack. Elon Musk could be interested in the Social Security numbers, the tax ID numbers of tens of millions of Americans. We know that he has partnered with Visa and is considering spinning out a payment system of his own. What we may have here is Elon Musk's attempt to get the private information for his own financial gain. The other thing that is incredibly worrying here is $6 trillion in spending is not just a lot of money. It's a macroeconomically significant amount of money. If Elon Musk starts tinkering with the code, the underlying technology that makes sure these payments go out seamlessly and effectively, he could inadvertently or on purpose bring the macroeconomy to a halt. I mean, this is an incredibly concerning seizure of government infrastructure, but it is also an economically significant moment in the country. So I couldn't agree with Waleed more. I mean, the word coup is the right word to be thinking about here, and Congress must intervene. I mean, if I was a senator, I think the most important thing to do is bring the Secretary of the Treasury to the Senate today to answer questions about what Musk has access to.
So the Treasury Department's
This man is going to forcibly turn. He kept saying he wanted to do WeChat-style payment processing. Or Douyin or whatever it's called. I think in China is WeChat, right? Like everything is on the same application. And he wanted to make X the everything app. Okay? And now he's just going to force you to do it, it feels like. Which is crazy. Dude, controversial take, but I trust the Chinese government with my personal information more than I trust Elon Musk. Okay? Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah. I like that we're also, this is something I mentioned before, but like we're slowly but surely taking all of the worst aspects of Chinese governance and none of the good shit. Not realizing that the good shit is kind of what is the glue that holds society together in China. The many benefits, the feeling that your government is at least to a certain degree taking care of you, improving your material conditions. Increasingly focusing on massive development projects, a lot of development spending. Okay, every now and then, taking out a CEO out back and taking them on a little trip, you know? Now, of course, that's oftentimes played along the boundaries of whether or not these big CEOs in China have offended the party or have at least presented themselves as a threat to the party and its grip of control. But even then, still happens. We don't do that at all. No trips for billionaires who are poisoning our water supply. You know what I mean? Whether they are ideologically in agreement with the government or not. No high-speed rail. No even development. No, no building, no long-standing policy for building by need. Just simply mass surveillance, repression, social repression, and perhaps more significantly, any kind of political repression being stamped out. Political dissidence is not allowed.
General who could monitor Doge's activities was among the 15 watchdogs who were purged by President Trump. Who's now in charge of or overseeing Musk's team?
Yeah, Musk is in charge. So that's exactly right. Some of the key chokeholds here to make sure that something like this doesn't happen have been moved out of the way, studiously, exactingly moved out of the way. So President Trump fired the Inspector General of the Treasury and the top civil servant of the Treasury Department, the man who was the acting Treasury Secretary between the time that Janet Yellen stepped down and Scott Bessent was confirmed by the Senate, has also been pushed aside, resigned over the fact that he didn't want to give Musk, a private citizen, a billionaire, the keys to the Treasury payment system. So there is very little stopping Musk from taking this over. Trump and Bessent have really, given him a glide path.
So, Waleed Shahid, where is the Democratic Party on this? Where are the Democratic senators and Congress members on this? I mean, you have Hakeem Jeffries, who holds an emergency meeting of the Democrats after a judge stops the federal payments from going out to, stops the ban on federal funding.
So the Democratic Party in Washington is largely asleep at the wheel. They are acting as if they're kind of a librarian shushing noise in a crowded room. They're still believing in the normal procedures, normal decorum, normal.
I think that part is true, but also the Democratic Party is simply kicking back and hoping to collect donations after all of this devastation takes place, hoping that the Republican Party's incompetence will inevitably collapse the delicate allegiances that they've cultivated. And there's some truth to that, especially because there are certain issues where Trump does not care about broad popular sentiment and will push for it regardless, or at least will make a deliberate effort to present this as a good thing. Right? Tariffs, tax cuts for the wealthy, things of that nature that will inevitably harm his base of support. But at the end of the day, there are plenty of initiatives that the Trump admin will try to implement and fail to do so, oftentimes due to the internal conflict that exists within the Republican Party. So the Democrats are not entirely wrong, I guess, that they suspect this allegiance to collapse. But it is ridiculous that they're not trying to accelerate it through obstruction every step of the way, which is what they should be doing. They should be doing this every step of the way. Virtually every moment is a fantastic opportunity to consistently propagandize austerity and its devastating impact, okay? Collapse of the federal government and regulatory agencies, things that the Democrats are supposed to be tasked with defending. These are opportunities for the Democrats to make a mockery of the Republicans, to present to the American public how inept the Republicans are entirely. Even things like Even things that are not immediately in the control of the incoming administration, like fucking planes falling out of the sky. You think Republicans would not use that as an opportunity to shit on the Democrats if it was happening under the Biden administration? Look no further than Palestine, Ohio. That's number one. And number two, the Republicans are so interested in using everything in a disingenuous fashion to do propaganda that they literally immediately went and said, oh, it's DEI. Planes falling out of the sky, it's got to be DEI. Okay? They blame the Democrats immediately. Democrats, on the other hand, are just like, stop hitting me. I don't know what's going on. Please stop hitting me. You, sir, are hypocritical. That's what they're doing. Stop taking the fucking high road, man. What are you doing? Fight back. There's definitely appetite from the broader base of not just the Democratic Party, but like there's plenty of appetite from the base of the Democrats in terms of obstructing the Republican agenda and fighting back against the Republicans. That's number one. Number two, there are plenty of disillusioned voters out there that could be captured, whose attention could be captured, who could be mobilized in the direction, especially if you just showed how devastating the situation really is. Okay? And I don't mean talking about January 6th or whatever, okay? Those were failed points of propaganda. They demonstrably failed because Donald Trump won. Okay? Meanwhile, we have a gerontocracy where the Democratic Party is led by decrepit old folks that are awful communicators with no real desire to actually fight back against the Trump administration's awful nature. Okay? And also, they're so completely removed from the interest of the public after spending decades upon decades within governance. Okay? Their only access to the real world, to real American citizens and their needs and their desires are filtered through mainstream media. And mainstream media is also defending regimes in general. They also are out of touch with the needs and the desires because they have the same capitalist interests in maintaining the current existing capitalist hierarchy. Yeah, this is where our opposition is.
Fight, and we will win. 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 We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Thank you, everybody.
We're so cooked.
That everything here is the normal transition of power. And they still believe that what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing is just a libertarian reform of the government, not an oligarchic, plutocratic takeover of a private billionaire who is seeking to know, potentially seeking to know what his competitors might be doing with government contracts. He has private information that Elon Musk has contracts with international governments all across the world. But the Democratic Party is not able to put forward an opposition message right now because they feel like this is normal. And that's why it's so important for concerned citizens all across the country to twist the arm of your Senate Democrat. Go to their office. If you go to indivisible.org today, you can find a way to join your local chapter. And all around the country, whether your senator is a Republican or a Democrat or independent, they need to hear from concerned citizens because the Democratic Party doesn't move on issues of oligarchy, of plutocracy, of taking action, unless their constituents show up in person and demand that they hold hearings, take the bully pulpit in the media, and also grind the Senate to a halt until we know why does Elon Musk have this information, someone who is not elected.
So the Democratic National Committee on Saturday elected the moderate political insider Ken Martin as chair, despite calls from voters to urgently switch gears and respond to working people's needs following the party's crushing defeat, though it wasn't a major numbers defeat, but it was a defeat in November. What do you think of Ken Martin? Where do you think it's going?
So the DNC is largely at this point a fundraising vehicle for the presidential campaign. I hope that Ken Martin reforms the party to do things like what I'm describing. The Democratic Party should be holding daily press conferences every morning to explain to working class and middle class Americans why it might hurt their pocketbooks for Elon Musk to have this information from the Treasury Department and from the OPM. That Elon Musk has a history of wanting to use public resources for private gain, that Elon Musk is someone who is live tweeting that he wants to cut the federal government's debt every day by billions of dollars, and one of the only ways to do that would be to begin to privatize Social Security. This is what the DNC should be doing. Now, Ken Martin, we had lots of members of the uncommitted movement at the DNC who were being personally bullied by their DNC state parties, and Ken Martin thankfully did intervene to make sure that that didn't happen, and so that was my only personal interaction with him, and he went out of his way to make sure that our uncommitted delegation was treated with respect. Other than that, I don't know that much about him, but I'm looking forward to hopefully he can put together a working class populist agenda for the party that isn't just a fundraising handoff.
So, Lindsay Owens, DOGE is not a formal government agency, right? Which means that it doesn't fall into any category.
Yeah, look, I think when President Trump announced that Elon Musk was going to be running the Department of Government Efficiency, there was a sort of tempting fantasy that maybe Musk, a tech but successful businessman, could come in and restore some efficiency in government, maybe modernize some aspects of government that could use.
Yeah, when I hear stuff like this, I don't think I just immediately know that it's not positive. I know that it's basically gutting the government and picking it apart for scraps and privatizing it. You know what I mean? Like, I fear that the average American, on the other hand, hears this and goes, well, this seems like a good idea. I like this. It's reasonable.
Some updating. I mean, I think with this weekend's seizure of the...
You don't like efficiency? Not realizing that, of course, these guys are not going to be like, yeah, we want to steal all of the remainder federal agencies like that regulate ours and our businesses that basically keep you alive no matter how stupid you are. Okay. And also take advantage of the vast amount of wealth, the remainder of the federal coffers, and redirect all of that faucet of wealth back into our businesses, making it our own personal wallet. They're not going to say that. They're going to be like, oh, we want to maximize the efficiency. We want to maximize the efficiency of the government. The government sucks, right? The federal government is so bad. It's bureaucracy. It's bureaucracy. Obviously, it's bureaucracy. It's funny to do shock doctrine to ourselves and watch the American population clap like seals at the mere sight of it, like pure graft. And Americans are like, no, this is great, actually. I think this is going to yield tremendous bounty for me, a poor worker living in Arkansas.
Treasury payment system, we can be crystal clear in putting that fantasy to bed. This is Musk determining who is going to get funding in this country, what programs are going to be funded in this country. And remember, Musk isn't a disinterested party here. As we've talked about, he has many federal contracts himself, billions of dollars this year alone.
Yeah, Elon Musk is a supervillain. Okay, he even looks and sounds like a supervillain. Like, he's both aesthetically supervillain coded, but he also does things that bad people do. So this is yet another perfect opportunity to point to this guy and go, that's the guy. The Democrats, still want to maintain their corporate allegiances. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why they can't take a populist anti-billionaire stance. And that's precisely the reason why they can't attack Elon Musk without coming across as hypocritical, I guess, which is ironic because Republicans have been doing that by pointing to anti-Semitic conspiracies in perpetuity. Okay, our billionaires are good, theirs are bad. Why? Because their billionaires are Jewish. George Soros. Democrats can't even turn around and be like, their billionaires are South African. You know? Just fucking say you're anti-billionaire, man. Please.
Loan to his companies, SpaceX, Tesla, and X, formerly known as Twitter. But he also is interested in cutting this funding for a very personal reason, which is he is interested in paying for the tax cuts that Congress is teeing up this year. They're estimating $5 trillion in tax cuts, mostly going to the wealthy and corporations. And Doge is the entity that is supposedly going to find the money, find the savings to pay for those tax cuts. So I think we can sum it up this way. Elon Musk is going to pay for his tax cut.
I've been watching you for around 4 months now. This is the first time I've seen you watch Democracy Now! Is it because you'd rather critique mainstream media for your audience than watch something more aligned with your worldview? Yes, but I also do watch Democracy Now! Periodically. The reason why I don't watch Democracy Now! That frequently, however, is because I agree with most of it. So my commentary is almost identical. So it's basically rehashing the same points over and over again. Guys, don't say he's a dumbass. He's just asking a normal question. I know tensions are high right now because there's a lot of like random weirdos in the chat, but they've cleared away seemingly. So, you know, the coast is clear.
With your Social Security. That's really what we're looking at here.
I'm also a funder of Democracy Now! And a supporter for a very long time.
What Doge is up to. And
Lindsay Owens, we're
going
to have to leave it there. And I just want to give Waleed the last word. 10 seconds. What should people do right now?
This is my favorite part of Democracy Now! Is when Amy has to wrap it up just abruptly.
Go to indivisible.org and visit their Senate office and demand an investigation of Elon Musk, and that Senate business should come to a halt.
Anyway, that's all I got for today because I have to go. I have to go and get ready to leave. I have to go purchase another luggage. Okay. I love you all. And tomorrow when I'm live, you will see me live in California, Los Angeles. Okay. But that is all I got for today. Peace from the Middle East. Hopefully I can return home on a flight with no issues. Seemingly that's a unique predicament now that we have to worry about. But this has been a wonderful experience. I love this country. I love Japan. It was a lot of fun, and I'm the most fortunate person on the planet to be able to share these experiences with you. And of course, I will continue my coverage and try to maintain a positive approach despite being at the heart of the hellish nightmare, the dystopia that is the United States of America come tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Love you all.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded up, the young Turk York's online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.